Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
This evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you for your attendance tonight, and I'd like to remind everyone in the chambers to ensure that comments are respectful to the council and all meeting attendees, including city officers and those in our public gallery. Please note this meeting is being live streamed. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to elders, past, present and emerging. Item 3 is announcements from the presiding member, and there are none this evening. Item 4 is attendance, and all councillors are present in the chamber. Applications for leave of absence. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for a leave of absence? Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. My leave application is for Monday, the 2nd of December and Tuesday, the 3rd of December.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Mine is for Tuesday the 29th of October.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Could I apply for leave, please, for the 19th to the 26th of December?
Thank you. And I would like to apply for leave on the 4th and 5th of November. Can I have a mover and seconder? Move Councillor Maleka, seconded Councillor Palmer. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 5, disclosures of interest. Do councillors have any interest to disclose? Councillor Ladder.
On 10.3.1, the Olive Tree House tender applicants are known to me through my work as a councillor. That's an impartial interest and I will stay in the room. On 10.3.2, commercial waste services, I own a business and my landlord pays for this service, so that's an indirect financial interest and I will leave the room for that item.
So that is... So you're leaving the room? Councillor Eason.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to disclose an impartial interest for 10.2.1 as my son swims at Bayswater Waves and I'm a member of the Bayswater Bowling Club. And also for 10.1, no, sorry, I've got the numbering wrong there. 10.1.2, the Walga advocacy positions, that is an impartial interest, but I'm going to leave the room out of an abundance of caution as I'm also the candidate for Butler and WA Labor President.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
10.1.1, I know through my volunteer work in Environment House some of the people that made deputation, so I just call that as an impartial interest. I'll be staying in the room. And likewise 10.1.3, I know some of the applicants through my work as a councillor and I'll be staying in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, if you can just turn off your mic. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. My first one is for item 10.1.3, the proposal to lease Olive Tree House at 6 Blades Close in Morley. I know one of the deputies who presented last week through my involvement in a local community group, and I'm with that deputy. It's an impartial interest and I'll be staying in the room on that one. And just quickly, if I may, I believe Councillor Ladder also made a declaration on this item but gave the wrong number, so you might just want to fix that up for your records.
10.1.3
Yep.
for Olive Tree. I understood because she stated the title of the item.
Right, thank you. And my second one is for 10.2.1, the financial report for the period ended 30 September 2024. In here, the report shows details, has a line item, for the Watton Skate Park and surrounding facilities. I'm a member of the Morley Windmills Sports Club that leases a facility at that reserve. It's an impartial interest and I'll be staying in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, try that one again, sorry. I got you before. So mine's an impartial declaration for the same item, 10.2.1. That's a financial report for the period ended 30 September 24. And I'm also a member of the Morley Windmill Sports Club. It's impartial interest, and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. 10.1.1, proposed keeping and control of cats amendment local law. It's an impartiality interest. The local law refers to Gobber Lake, which is opposite my property. However, the decision to be made tonight isn't in relation to that reference. I'll stay in the room. Item 10.1.3, proposal to lease Olive Tree House, 6 Blades Close, Morley. Another impartiality interest. People involved in all the applicants other than Chorus Australia Limited are known to me. There are people involved in all of those groups who are known to me, and I'll stay in the room. Item 10.1.4, excision of Reserve 15178 Hillcrest Primary School for proposed bike path. Impartiality interest. I'm a community representative on the school board. I'll stay in the room. And item 10.1.2, consideration of Walga advocacy positions, local government elections. An impartiality interest. I'm the Labor candidate in the state seat of Maylands for the state election. Due to the risk of apprehended bias, I'll leave the room.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'd like to declare an impartial interest 10.1.2, consideration of Walga advocacy position, impartial interest as I'm a candidate for Mount Lawley in the up and coming state election. I too will probably leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
And thank you, Mayor. Sorry, and other people disclosing it reminded me that in 10.1.3, an impartiality interest as one of the submitters for the process would be known to me through the Reconciliation Committee, but I'll remain in the room.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I'll declare an interest in item 10.1.3. There are members involved with Multicultural Services, an umbrella that I have met. It's impartiality, and I will be staying in the room. Okay. So we'll now move on to public question time, and members of the gallery. I'll first call for questions on items in relation to this evening's agenda, and then I'll open to questions on items not on the agenda. Please provide your name and suburb before you ask your question, and keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. So do I have any questions on an item on tonight's agenda? Please come forward.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fjorda Kule and I live in Morley. My question is in regards item 10.1.3, proposal of the lease of Olive Tree House in Morley. The recommended applicant has been rated highest in terms of community benefit. However, as pointed out by Brett Ingram in last week's deputation, the current building, quoting his words from last week, is only 5 streets away, and they are already delivering their services from that location. Additionally, they have been rated lowest in efficiency of use. How is this higher rating justified by the City Council?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director to respond. Or Manager.
Through the Chair, the assessment is an accumulative score, so while they are lower in some aspects, they are higher in other aspects, which combined made them the highest and preferred tenderer.
And I also have a follow-up question, please. As the only provider of home care services in WA with approved My Aged Care verification specialization for the LGBTQA+ service delivery, how does the Council plan to ensure that marginalised and undeserved groups, such as older LGBTQ+ residents, will be supported through this decision by providing choice and availability of services for the community?
Thank you for your question. The application will be assessed against the criteria of the tender.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda? Please come forward. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you. My name is Wendy Garstone from Maylands, and my question is in relation to items 10.5.2.7, the significant tree register, and item 10.5.2.8, the WALGA model local planning policy for tree retention. So these are two agenda items this evening that propose to protect trees on private property. Firstly, the revised significant tree register and guidelines, and secondly, a revised trees on private land and street verges policy that includes measures to protect trees on private property as per the WALGA model. Both documents are accompanied by comprehensive officer reports.
Sorry, can we just get to the question, please? It's not a time.
Yeah, sure. My question is, how will reviewing one document without the other impact the ability of the community to provide well-considered, fully informed feedback during the public engagement period?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the manager to respond.
Through the chair, the two policies are standalone and don't have any interaction with each other, while they do have some similarities in both being tree protection. They can be considered by the community at separate times, but there is obviously some benefit to having them out together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stanley Jayaraj. I live in Naranda. I have three questions. I just want to make this a quick statement to say that good policy requires widespread consultation with the people, not just using electronic means. So with that, having said that, I want to talk about the bins and also significant trees.
Yep, so your question is?
So my question is, if people have already done the right thing by reducing waste, why penalize us and larger families in our community by taking away or replacing them with significant bins, with expensive bins, is my thought, my first question.
Thank you for your question. There's been no decision by council to take that approach.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, has to do with significant trees. Freehold property is a right that we enjoy without government overreach into people's private space. Why implement a guideline that will impose a guideline and reduce people's property, potentially reduce people's property value, cripple future owners from property rights by actions of the current owners, and also treats future young people ability to make decisions about their own property is one question. And the other one is, has the city taken legal advice on potential legal action on people's property rights?
Thank you for your two questions. I'll ask the CEO to respond to the second question about legal advice, but in regards to the first question, we've heard your question and that'll be a consideration of council this evening.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The city hasn't sought legal advice in relation to the policy positions.
No. Thank you. Any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda?
Georgina Kerr, Bedford. My first question relates to item 10.5.2.8, the WALGA model local planning policy tree retention. If this policy isn't adopted in some form by tonight's meeting, does the substantive trees on private land and street verges policy remain in force, and does this have to go back to the Policy Review Committee?
Thank you for your question, and I'll go to the manager to respond.
Through the chair, the existing policy will remain in place.
But would it be slated for review, or would it just fall back into the next review cycle?
If no modifications are adopted tonight, it would fall back into the review cycle.
And approximately how long would it until it next came up for review?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. My next two questions relate to item 11.1, footpath on Illingbridge Street, Morley. The city's current footpath policy was adopted in May 2021 by unanimous vote of the council, including 8 members of the current council. When would this policy ordinarily be slated for review? Sorry, that might be another one to take on notice then.
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Thank you. At a number of points during the agenda briefing forum, it was mentioned that Illingbridge Street is a cul-de-sac and that community connections mentioned by some of the petitioners in favour, like Naranda Primary School, are to the north and thus not accessible via Illingbridge Street. Currently, there's a pedestrian link from the cul-de-sac to Lindsay Drive, which then accesses the pedestrian accessway between Lindsay Drive and Emberson Road, giving access to those facilities. Are there any plans to close that pedestrian accessway?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, as far as I know, there's no plans to close that.
Thank you. So they have access to the north via that link. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda? If not, are there any other questions? Please come forward.
James Miles, Maylands. Honourable Mayor, my question relates to the Maylands Lakes Restoration Project. At the August Council meeting following the expression of interest pumping and filtration options, the Council approved for the City to invite companies to tender to implement pumping and filtration solutions. All tender submissions were to be received by September 24, with evaluation outcomes prepared for consideration at the October 24 Ordinary Council meeting. Given the evaluated outcomes are not being considered tonight, could the City please provide a progress report?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, we are currently still in the process of developing the tender documents. They will be prepared within the next 2 weeks, and they will be going out. We'll be calling tenders. The aim is to have a report back to council at the December council meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
If I can have more than 3. Thank you. So the first one was raised by a community member who frequents the Bayswater Town Centre on foot. She has asked various city staff and Transperth staff who's responsible for the signage and pedestrian safety under the station overpass, outside the ticket gates, so not within the station itself, and along the bus interchange area, and no one will take ownership. Can the City advise whose responsibility this area is?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I'll have to take that one on notice and look into it.
Thank you. The second one has 3 parts, so I'll go through the whole thing. Delays on the Hotham Street Bridge project have meant that the southbound closure is now due to start this coming weekend. So the main road's advertised detour involves a right turn for traffic off Brown Avenue onto Drake Street, an area that I've already highlighted as highly dangerous for pedestrian access at school run times, and then travelling down Bayview Street past Hillcrest Primary School. The delays mean that this will now be in place for the whole of the school term. So first part is, was the City consulted on the planning of the detour? Will the delays have any impact on the construction of the Drake Street bike path, which I understand is also due to commence soon? And can the City advocate for any measures to help keep Hillcrest and John Forrest students safe around this area during the detour?
Thank you for your questions. I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, when Main Roads and their contractors do detours and do traffic management, they do consult with us. Those plans are prepared by qualified people. People have the right certification to be able to do that, but they do provide us with that information. We do check it. We do agree to it as well because it affects local roads that we are in control of. In terms of, can you repeat the second question, please?
So because it was delayed, it was originally due to be from about September to October, and the Drake Street, so part of it is on Drake Street, and the Drake Street bike path is due to commence construction soon. So will there be a delay in the bike path construction because of the increased traffic along there?
Yeah, as far as I know, there is no impact on the Drake Street pathway project, so that's going to continue as planned and should be completed on time.
And then, the third part was just about any measures to help keep the kids safe, because the detour goes right past the front of a primary school where there's kids crossing the road.
Yeah, we can talk to Main Roads and the contractor doing the work to make sure that everyone's addressed under their plans.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any further questions? No. So, councillors, we have received questions in writing from 2 ratepayers this evening. These questions and responses are listed in your run sheet, and I will take those as read. The questions and responses are also available on the city's website and will be provided in the minutes of this meeting. So, move on to item 7, confirmation of minutes. Can I have for confirmation of the minutes for the ordinary council meeting of 24 September 2024. Can I have a mover and seconder? Move Councillor Ostrowski, seconded Councillor Latta. All those in favour? That is unanimous. And then we also need to move to confirm the minutes of the special council meeting of the 1st of October 2024. Do I have a mover and seconder? Move Councillor Ostrowski, seconded Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, item 8 is presentations. Do any councillors have a petition to table this evening? No. There are no presentations, and deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum, and there are no delegates' reports. So we move on to item 9, which is method of dealing with agenda business. And pulling first this evening is Councillor Latta.
Thank you. Can I please pull 10.1.1, 10.3.1 and 10.3.3?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
10.1.3, 10.5.2.7.
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, 10.5.2.7. The Planning Policy Review Significant Tree Register.
Thank
and
you.
the 10.5.2.8, the Wellga Model Local Planning Policy Tree Retention. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
No, they've all been pulled by other people.
Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, just let me check. So 10.1.2, the Wellga advocacy positions, 10.3.2, the commercial waste, and I think that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrowski, Councillor Eveson.
No, it looks like they're both done. Yeah, 10.3.1, 10.3.2. Yep, they're both done.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. 10.4.1, Deschamps Reserve footpath, and also to say that that's an impartial interest, which I had done before, but I'll do it again. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sutherland? No. Okay. So we will now move to consideration of the reports in section 10. Can I please have a mover and seconder to bring forward items 10.1.1, 10.1.3, 10.3.1, 10.5.2.7, 10.5.2.8 and 11.1, which were subject to deputations. Move Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Latta. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Okay, so the first item is 10.1.1, proposed keeping and control of cats amendment local law. Councillor Latta, you've pulled this one.
I have an alternative.
That has been provided to all councillors in the run sheet. And if we can just make sure that's on the screen.
Correct. So this reflects.
So you're moving that. I'll just see if there's a seconder. Seconded. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Latta.
So I have amended the motion to reflect option 1, which is the amendment that went to public advertising. Can I speak on it now? So I think we went to public advertising and there was overwhelming support for it. We heard at a deputation last week that some really good responses to the few objections to this amendment. And we also heard about what happens when the Joint Standing Committee rejects something or asks us to revise something and we choose to keep it in place. And what happens is that it goes to the upper house of Parliament and it is heard by the members there who can make a deliberation on it, which I think is an excellent pathway forward. I think that pushing it so that this issue can be resolved with implications for many other local governments is a really important thing for us to do. There's obviously a great need for these amendments. The impact of cats on wildlife in our area is great, but also the impact on cats themselves. Roaming free in public space is a real issue, as well as on other people's property. And I think that shifting the mindset of people and shifting our laws to give us the ability to have people keep their cats at home is a really important step forward. We take this as given with dogs, and I think that the same thing should apply to cats. In fact, cats probably have a greater environmental impact. So I just think it's a really straightforward thing, clearly in line with the public response that we've seen again and again when we've gone to engagement before. And I think that we should keep our commitment to the public and move forward with this and progress it as far as we can.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I echo some of the things that the mover just said. As we already know, and I won't get into detail because we had so many deputations about that and we saw so much information, the environmental impact is quite significant from roaming cats in our communities. There is community support for this to progress with the local law again, and I remind the councillors the unanimous support from all the environmental groups in the city of Bayswater last year for this to occur. So from what I understand, this is still valid. So we have strong support. It sounds like the issue now is again around the Cat Act. And I think it is quite clear from the information that we saw, and us specifically saw, is that we do have a strong basis to continue with this to the Joint Standing Committee. Specifically, I think the notion that the Cat Act does not allow it is baseless. The second reading speech, specifically by the Minister for Local Government from 2011, this is what the Minister Councillors said, and I did ask all councillors to receive a copy, so hopefully you had a chance to read it, but I'll read you the specific paragraph. That this is what the Minister back then said. Local governments will be responsible for enforcing the legislation, and they will also be able to introduce their own local laws to complement the legislation. These laws can include provisions to require cats to be confined to their owner's property, a limit on the number of cats per property, as well as establishing areas where cats are prohibited. When this bill went to the upper house, the other minister there said the same thing. Not only that, I actually further researched the debate that occurred in Parliament, and this is what one of the ministers in the upper house said on behalf of the government. Minister McSweeney Confining cats in backyards will be up to local governments if this is the wish of their communities. They can make local laws for this under Clause 79 of the bill, especially Clause 79 3G. There are powers there for them to do that. So I think the notion that the ministers of the government back then, their departments who drafted the second reading speeches, and Parliament, which approved the bill, none of them knew what they're doing. And suddenly now the Joint Standing Committee, which, as you know, they make the decisions behind closed doors in secret, suddenly they know what the Cat Act tries to do, but all those people back then did not know what they're talking about, so I reject that notion. Not only that, we know that the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation did approve similar rules for other specific local governments. Northern, right, one of them. So even they saw that the Cat Act allows for that. I understand that now, suddenly, recently, they changed their mind on this issue, but they never explained it publicly why and how they justify it. So I think the fact that we are doing here, which is different to what we tried last time, and tackling it by reference to those local laws that they already approved, I think that is a very good approach on our behalf. I think we have the base for that. We have the community support. And I feel very confident that this is what we should do, and hopefully this will be able to be resolved once and for all by our members of Parliament. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone wish to speak for? For?
I've just got
Councillor
a question.
Eason?
Yeah, I just got a question, I suppose. Just this is quite like new information, I suppose, that I'm trying to just understand. So, as the state government has committed to revision of the local cat of the Cat Act, is that correct? And is there a time frame that we're being made aware of for that review? That's probably the first question.
I'll go to the CEO to respond.
Through you, Madam Chair, the state government have indicated that the legislation will be reviewed in 2025, but a specific month or time frame, we're unaware of that.
Okay. And so the follow-up question is, with what's proposed in the alternative, I can see this taking some time, so I'm just trying to understand, essentially, is there any benefit in time gains from this approach? Do we have an estimate on how long this will take from previous experience?
I'll go to the CEO.
Yeah, through you, Chair. It would be speculative to state a specific time frame. I think one thing to consider is that we know that there is state elections next year, and there will be a caretaker period around those elections. And when the government does go into caretaker mode, then it is difficult to get things through in a speedy manner. So that could have an impact, as with any process.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Sutherland.
I just want to make some comments on that. Firstly, I was reading through this, and I thought, do we have 17 submissions on this, according to the report? So it's not a huge amount, but I do understand the angst coming from, agricultural background particularly. It is a pain, not just these cats, but also dogs as well. But I just want to say also to everyone that it won't matter if we go yes or no to this, because the Parliament's going to wind up end of November, early December, and then we'll go into a caretaker period, and then nothing's going to happen till May next year after the election, and then May comes, and then that'll be the order of the day. So whatever happens, this is not going to come into Parliament next week, and we're going to have a cat law. I'm pretty sure both sides are going to look at this because it is an issue. And I just want to let people know in the audience that this is not going to, whatever way, if we go to the upper house or if we say no to it, it's still going to be before May next year.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor for quoting those bits from Hansard. I've also read the Hansard from that time and spoken to members of Parliament that were voting for the CAT Act when it first passed. And I've spoken to people, former members of Parliament who were there from the Greens, from the ALP and from the Libs. And they've all said that was their intention when they were voting. That's what they understood they were voting on. So whether it's recorded in the Hansard or not, it's very strongly the opinion of the Parliament of the time that this is what we want to do now is exactly what was intended with the Act. It's disappointing what's happened since, to be honest. Every time we put this out, our community comes back strongly and says it's they want to do. In fact, in the broader community, not just the people who are making deputation to us, it's almost understood now that this is where we're going, and there's a lot of support for it. Support for keeping cats at home is just increasing incredibly since we first started this process, and I think we should be really, really proud of our community for advocating so strongly for that over the years that we've been trying to get this through. Also, just wanted to add that I think it's a long-standing position of our council that this is the direction we're going in, and we just have to give it another go and hope that the timing of it works out with whatever happens in state parliament. The other week, we attended the Walga AGM. The overwhelming feeling from the members from local governments around the state, regional or metro, was that they wanted to be able to do better with their cat local laws, and many of them have tried. The position of Walga was that, or the advocacy position that was going to come through all the zones and go back to State Council, is that they want a review of the CAT Act quickly, and they want Walga to develop a model cat law as well, just in terms of an update.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? I'll just say a few words. So I don't think there's any disagreement amongst the direction of which our community and our council wants to go on this issue. And we have been trying. I want to make that public. I and the CEO have met personally with two different local government ministers, Minister Michael and Minister Beasley, when they're both ministers for local government. We have written to multiple other ministers on this item. We have requested a meeting with the chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation. And I think it's public knowledge as well that the CEO was required to give evidence in front of the committee. And we have also sought legal advice on this, and we have tried. I think we have done an excellent job in raising awareness on this issue. And the advice that we keep receiving back from the members of Parliament is that the issue, that they've heard it loud and clear, but it needs to be done through the process, which is reviewing the CAT Act. We've been told that over and over again. It's not, and Walga obviously advocating on this issue as well. So we have, I want to make it clear to the community, we have done everything that we can do, and we are not changing our position, I don't believe, but I'm really torn on this because I, want to respect the parliamentary process of how this is, and everything that I believe to be true is that it needs to be done through amending the CAT Act. And it's all well and good to say what they voted on in 2011 and the intention. We're 13 years down the track and there are different members of Parliament. Whilst I support this direction, don't know if I support this process as such. So, Councillor Eveson.
Just noticing that this is the only motion on the table, just let's foreshadow the officer's recommendation, just in case, please.
Thank you. I'll now go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your comments. I'll address a few of them. Firstly, I guess I'm a little bit confused by people's change of mind between last time and this time. All we did is go to public consultation, and that public consultation strongly supported our approach. So I'm confused about why people would waver at this point, because there's no new information. Nothing has changed between then and now, except for there's more support for it. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I think that regardless of what promises have been made about reviews in the future, pushing forward with this is one of the ways, firstly, we can keep pressure on them to make sure that there is a review, and secondly, gives us the opportunity for something to come into place next year. I think it's very reasonable to consider a process in which we get an answer next year from the Joint Standing Committee, and then pushing it through to the upper house if that's what council decides to do at that point. Whereas reviewing a law like this is going to be a long process that takes years to come into place. So, and where's the pressure? If they have something on their books that's coming to their upper house where they have to make a decision on it, I feel like that's an extraordinary amount of pressure to keep it fresh in their minds and push forward with whatever approach state government wants to take. I personally think that this should be something within the power of local governments to decide, because each local government is a different situation. It's very clear that that was the intent of the Act, and if the Joint Standing Committee is not aligning with that, then I believe we should push it further and see and test that in public in the upper house, rather than these decisions made behind closed doors where the public doesn't get the transparency that they deserve, while government shuts down our attempts to do this. So I think we should hold the course, stay the course, and push it through. It's clearly what our public wants. The benefits are huge for this coming in next year as opposed to in 2029.
Sorry, thank you. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? It's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is adopted. It's adopted. Okay, so we'll now move on to 10.1.3, proposal to lease Olive Tree House, 6 Blades Court, Morley. Deputy Mayor, you've pulled this, so you're moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes, but with one change. To instead of Multicultural Services Centre of WA, I would like to change it to, give you the exact name, Umbrella Multicultural Community Care Services Incorporated.
We'll just get that on the screen. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Deputy Mayor. If we can just get that updated on the screen.
So it's submit, and it's not 3 anymore. It will be a different number. It will be 1. Should I start in the meantime?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, it's
So
you're
submit a
changing
1,
it.
yes, to Umbrella.
Yep. Okay. You can
Besides
start your
that, it's all
debate.
the same. Thank you. Okay, so look, councillors, I think we all read the report. The assessment showed very close results between both the multicultural services and Umbrella. Very, very close results. And I am of the view, seeing and reading the information in the report, that Umbrella will be the best fit for Olive Tree House in Morley. While Multicultural Services, as we also heard, they already have one venue in Morley, Umbrella do not have currently any venue to operate from in Morley, whilst they have hundreds, around 500 clients from the city of Bayswater, from our city, that they service. I think having what they are proposing, a community and multi-functional centre focused on multicultural groups, seniors, and LGBTQ community members, I think that is an amazing fit, specifically in Morley, with all the amount of migrants that are there and the multicultural hub that we all talk about. I think we currently do not have something like that. I think that will be a great hub where different community members slowly can know where to go, they will know that they have somewhere to go to and get assistance. There will be a library, other services for different parts of our community. Very accessible location to public transport, near a park with a playground. Families can come there, get a service, go later on to enjoy the playground. I think this is perfect. So I hope councils will support Umbrella on this. Again, for the best fit, I think, in that location in Morley. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, and thanks to the Deputy Mayor for putting this forward. It's true the preferred and the second preferred had very close scores, and it was the feedback through the deputations that really sealed it for me. The hundreds of people that Umbrella support in our neck of the woods is super important, and for that organisation to have a base back here in the city of Bayswater, I think is really important to support all those residents. And it is worth remembering that should Umbrella receive this lease, it would be a homecoming for the organisation that was located in the city of Bayswater before they had to move premises to the other side of the river. The diversity of the clientele that Umbrella service, older people from cold backgrounds, but also from other marginalised groups and other vulnerable groups, is something that I think the values of this place always support, and I hope that council supports this evening.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Clark.
I'm going to support the amended proposal, but I wanted to make the point that all of the submitters who have put in all have, when you can read it in the agenda, all have such worthy and quite, fantastic not-for-profit objectives. And so what I would actually ask of this council and the councillors around this table is that subsequent to this decision, we actually quite actively turn our minds to finding more community spaces for these groups, because I keep hearing again and again, and have done for the last sort of 7 or so years on council, that there aren't enough community spaces, and that particularly there aren't enough community spaces where there's the availability of peppercorn or close to peppercorn rent, that there are a lot of not-for-profits, particularly those wanting to set up or start out, who cannot afford quasi-commercial rents, and that the city should essentially, we're not a corporation, we're not making lots of money here. We should be providing lots of community space for community purposes, and making sure that we're not charging lots of money for that. So I'm going to ask all councillors to maybe turn their minds to that after this meeting, and maybe we can push to sort of find some more spaces in the community where some of these other submitters can also go.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Sadowski.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the matrix that the city has used to assess the tenders. For me, this is interesting information, and I like that we have these matrix so that the city can assess each of the applicants equally. Just looking at the numbers on the document here, and I agree with Councillor Clark that all of the tenderers have wonderful organisations that do wonderful things in the community, and we can definitely see between the original recommendation and this one that yes, they both are scoring equally. So their appropriateness appropriateness for that place is equal. I then go and move up to the community benefit though, and I see that the one that the officers have put on the table actually has the greater benefit for our community. I also then look at the strategic alignment. It matches better with our more with our strategic plan. Environmentally, MSCWA does a better job according to the officer's assessment, and also in terms of financial sustainability, MSCWA is more financially sustainable. So at this stage, I would be more inclined to support MSCWA at this tender.
So are you foreshadowing?
I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak for? Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Latta.
I think that I will speak for this. I was unsure because I really believe in the proposal that the West Australian Stolen Generations Aboriginal Corporation had put forward, and I know that we just awarded them a small space at the Rise for one afternoon a week, but I do know that they are keen for a permanent space to develop this particular project. And I feel a bit disappointed in seeing the financial sustainability and like rental amounts being the determinants of these tenders, which are clearly like community spaces for community use. And I don't think that just because an organisation has a lot of money in the bank, that it should be ranked higher on a tender for a community facility. But I do hear what everybody is saying about Umbrella. I do think that there is a definite lack of the kinds of services that Umbrella provides, and I'm mindful that they will soon be without a building. And I think that being able, like that continuity of service plus bringing it back into the city of Bayswater kind of tips it over for me, as well as the efficiency of use whereby we will end up with a very well used facility rather than an underutilised facility. So I think that I will support it, but I am, like Councillor Clark said, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the city is going to do to help provide other locations, whether we have those locations for these other organisations. And I suppose I will just also foreshadow an alternative that puts the West Australian Stolen Generations Aboriginal Corporation in there just in case everything else doesn't pass.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against this. Personally, I don't mind which organisation gets it. They're both excellent organisations. I'm talking about what's on the table, being Multicultural Care Services and Multicultural Services and Umbrella. They both cater to the multicultural community, which is very prevalent in the Morley area. So we need services like this in Morley. So it's great that two of these organisations have applied for this facility. But the reason I don't support it is because these organisations went through a tender process in good faith. Tender process looks at, and it's done by the city. It's not supposed to be biased in any way, and coming in at the last minute and council having a view on which organisation, has that they would prefer to be in there. I think it undermines an objective tender process because they've all submitted and they've been ranked on these criteria. So then when comments are made that, they're not the best fit, that's a subjective, that's a subjective councillor's opinion. When comments are made that they already have a building in the city of Bayswater, they didn't go into this tender process thinking that that would be held against them. That wasn't a criteria as part of the tender process. Perhaps, if they thought that that was going to people would consider them negatively because they already are present in the city, maybe they wouldn't go for the tender. I just think it's very important to maintain objectivity and respect an independent process. They're all very worthy organisations, and to chop and change because for those type of reasons, I think we should just respect the process. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, look, I agree with what the Mayor said, so I can go ditto. I do think there has been a process there and the officers have come to this decision. Again, I think both are good fits. Morley and not just Morley, but the city itself has got over 50% of people that identify as multicultural. And I think these services are important. Just for those around the table, the Multicultural Service Centre of WA is not just the largest, but one of the oldest. They started in North Perth, and it just shows you as the time's gone on and multicultural services have become more in demand, this has got bigger and bigger. These guys do know what they need to do. It was unfortunate that the person that was supposed to talk on this last week was away, and I have heard him talk and he is very persuasive, so that was a bit of a bummer, but I do think we should keep it as it is because this is a really, really good service to the needs of Western Australian migrants and refugees.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And this is always really hard because we had some really interesting options come to us in terms of the people that applied, and obviously I think as other councillors have mentioned, the demand for spaces is really high. And it is really difficult, and I wish we could offer them all. We've tried doing this through council processes before and it kind of gets messy, but I do note there's a line in the report that says the city will work with the other applicants to try and find some space, and I hope that's possible. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Look, I think I'll be leaning towards I won't be supporting this what's on the table here. Look, the demographic in the city of Bayswater is widely multicultural, we know that. And so there is going to be a growing need for what is on offer here with multicultural services. And, they do help break down the barriers, and it's a perfect fit for them in the space that is being offered here. Look, I commend Umbrella for the amazing work that they're doing, and I do take on board what Councillor Clark mentioned, that we do need to look at other ways perhaps to help support these other services that are doing such a great job. But I just think that community services, the multicultural services are really servicing the community for an area that is going to be a growing need.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I take on board everything everybody has said. These are wonderful, wonderful tenders that have been brought to us, and it's been chosen, I understand, with regard to the assessment criteria. Efficiency of use, Umbrella 10.2.4, 10.24. Efficiency of use for the other is 640. To me, efficiency of use is where they're going to be every day, 24 hours a day, or 8 hours, whatever. But I do feel that in itself sort of swayed me. And they haven't got a place at the moment, whereas the other party does. And if neither of them, then I would have gone, obviously, to the West Australian Stolen Generations, which is always seeking a place and needs one. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's everyone, so I'm going to move it to close.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Okay, so I just want to respond to some of what I heard, and I was happy to hear all the comments, just for the record. As I mentioned before, and I'm highlighting it again, multicultural services already have a venue to operate from in Morley. And I highlighted and questioned last week at the agenda briefing forum the fact that the assessment criteria in the matrix does not include any reference or looking into the fact whether some groups that are applying, whether they have currently venues in our city or they don't. And I think it does matter, especially with regards to some groups that do serve our community. We have community members currently in the city of Bayswater, seniors, that need to travel to Belmont to get the service that Umbrella is using. So think about them when you vote tonight. The ability and potential to grow, if we have a venue in our city to provide that services, is huge. And as I said, it is accessible service literally in the town centre of Morley, close to so many other services, and to the bus station, etc. The potential to grow if they actually had a venue, and they currently do not have. I'll also add the Umbrella is the only service provider, from what I heard, that address seniors from LGBTQ backgrounds, and that is a big gap everywhere in Perth and specifically in our community. So they are the only ones. I also would like to echo the comments that I had around the table that all the applicants have a strong merit and they all had a great case, no matter what the result was, and they all provide great services or wanted to provide. So we have only one venue, at least now, but I think they all were great applicants. I had some issues around objectivity or subjectivity. The assessment itself is very subjective. It is not objective. We have panel of members, city officers, that look into some of those issues and decide subjectively, each one of them, and then they calculate the results, what they think. It is actually a subjective process. When you talk about strategic alignment, this is just subjective. When you're talking about appropriateness of use, this is subjective. Everything here is almost subjective besides the financial aspect, and even that, how we decide, is probably subjective. The decision-making here, councillors, is us. It's not the city. And I have never seen myself as rubbing a stamp anything done by the city. This is not why I came on council. If anyone thinks that that's their role, to get a report, that's the recommendation on a specific issue, and we stamp it, that's up to them. We didn't delegate this to the officers. If someone thinks that they don't want to deal with tenders for venues, I suggest that they will propose next year, and I will oppose it, to delegate it to the officers. But as long as it is up here, around this table at council level, it is up on these councillors to make the decision. And it is only a recommendation, councillors. So the decision is on us, and this is why we decided to still keep it with us, to have the discretion. And the discretion is important because we take and bring to the table in the discussion many other aspects that not necessarily can be part of the metrics, or we can find issues or we can question things with the metrics that we think differently. This is what we do here. We do not rubber stamp anything that comes into council. Thank you.
I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is carried. Okay, so the next item is 10.3.1, Better Bins Plus Go Fogo bin size. Councillor Latta, you have...
Yeah, I have an alternative.
That you've provided, that everyone's got in the run sheet.
Correct.
So we'll get that up on the screen, and I'll just ask if there is a seconder. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Latta.
Thank you. So I have added a limb that asks the city to consider this increased community education in the waste management service plan that we are provided with in the next budget process, because I think that it's clear from the results that business as usual and a business as usual service plan isn't going to get us where we need to be. So I wanted to give the city the discretion to work out what's going to be effective and present it to us as part of the budget plan, so that we didn't end up just carrying on as we are. since clearly what we need is increased education, and we need to work out how we're going to provide that, because I know that the waste team has an enormous amount of things on their plate at the moment. So can I speak to the item then more fully?
Yeah.
I think it's really clear from this item that we have some ways to go on waste. I have had this item twirling around in my head since the agenda came out, going back and forth, thinking about providing optional small bins, thinking about all the issues with doing that in a piecemeal way, and finally settled on this alternative because I think it provides a commitment that we understand that we need to get to a place where our recovery rates are much better. We need to get to a place where the waste that is going into the red bins is reduced, so that ultimately at some point, once we have done the work, the education work with residents, we will get to a point where a small bin is not a controversial option. And so I think it's clear that we have a ways to go. I don't think there's any point in pushing people beyond what they are capable of. We need to provide them with the pathway forward. I've seen what's happening in other councils where the discussion around moving to the small bin is really toxic, and I think actually sets us back in terms of achieving our waste goals. So I have settled on this. I think we have to increase our waste education program to see the results that we want to see, and I wanted to make very clear to the executive that that council supports increased ambition in this area, and that needs to be reflected in the business planning process.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the officers for preparing this report. It was really very comprehensive, very thorough report. I think one of the best ones that I've seen on council. So I really would like to commend the waste team and the whole chain that were responsible for that. Really, we received so much information here, very useful for our decision making. So thank you. I agree with what I heard again from Councillor. I also thought about different options, and I think the opt-in is something that we should be considering at some stage, and encourage without penalties but with incentives households to reduce waste. That is the future, and the future is now when it comes to waste. However, in light of everything that we read and the challenges that we councillors are aware of in the waste area, and especially next year and in the coming years for our council, I think that we should focus on the education, which is a key aspect here in this area, and get people to better understand the environmental benefits and better understand how to use their bins. And from what I see everywhere, and I do actually, it's quite sad, but I do look actually at the bins sometimes when I walk on the street, and you can see what people throw, and many do not use the bins as they should, from different reasons. If they don't know, the renters and they do not care, you can see that. The red lid bins are full, and you can see with a lot of recycling material. It is obvious everywhere. And I saw that in different suburbs. I've been in Maylands, I've been in Bayswater, I've been in Noranda and checking the bins as well. Spoke to residents, and I saw that. And I think we need to help all residents to better understand why we're doing that. And hopefully in a few years we can talk about benefits and incentives for that when the right time is coming. I'm also mindful that any changes might cause us to bring forward the purchase of the bins, as we heard from the officers, $2 million. Even though it's coming from reserve, I think the reserve at this stage should be kept for any other uses that we need, and wait with the purchase as much as we can. The depreciation will help us with the purchase in the future in a reduced price. So I think we should not rush with that and wait, and we should definitely advocate to keep the grant that we already received and used. And I think this is something that we should, if anyone will suggest that we need to bring back the grant, I think we should make sure that we discuss it, councillors. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ostazdowski.
That's right, thank you. Sorry, I've just got to find my notes, sorry. If we look at limb number 2 and limb number 3, I'm in agreements that we need to absolutely educate residents more about what they're putting in into which bins. And I think limb number 2 gives exactly that direction to the CEO immediately. So as soon as we vote on this, it actually can start now. It says in there, it requests the Chief Executive Officer to increase community education and other initiatives to improve the waste separation. So we get reports on our waste separation, and the CEO will be able to immediately see if he is achieving his goals of getting people to separate the waste better. So I actually think limb number 2 allows the CEO to get onto this task tomorrow. I believe limb number 3 that's been proposed delays that process. So waste education is important and separating our waste is important, and I think it's better that we get onto this tomorrow, Mr. CEO, instead of waiting for a whole budget process.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Palmer. Sorry, Councillor Ostazdowski, if you can turn off your mic.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I do respect everything that Councillor Ostazdowski has said, but I do believe that the education is ongoing. We're not delaying any education. What we're saying in limb 3 is we're advancing and increasing it. And if that makes a good help towards education, then I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Clark?
Just briefly to reiterate, I think Councillor Palmer's point, I don't see how 2 and 3 contradict each other. The requests the CEO to increase community education, we can start doing that as of today and tomorrow, but also then an increased waste education program with more money behind it. So it's clear that we need to do more, and I was just thinking to myself how on bin night, particularly on red bin night, now that I've got nappies in the bin and have done for the last 2 years, I'm running out sometimes at 5 a.m. to make sure I don't miss that collection, because we know we need to do that. But that is important, and the more FOGO that we do in our household, the less full that nappy bin is, and we've got to meet everyone where they are, and it changes throughout your life as well. There are times when you have a lot of time and energy to do waste sorting and all the container deposit scheme programs and everything, and there are others when you have less time, but also when you have less capacity and knowledge. So I think the more that we can help members of the community and meet them where they are, to make it as simple as possible and reduce the cost. At the end of the day, the cost of landfill is going to increase dramatically as the landfill sites fill up in Perth. So this for me was always, as well as a good environmental initiative, but also a cost-based one as well, where we save money long term.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Easton?
Not against, but just wanted to speak on the item because I didn't want to go to the next one. But look, also want to, pass the thanks to the officers that did this huge body of work to compile this report. So a lot of data collection, including inspecting contents of bins. Not a fun job, but some people love it, as well as options analysis from that tangible data. So in turn, we've now seen a deep dive that's enabled a very detailed report and ultimately has ensured that council is fully informed and positioned to make the best decision on waste management. And this is a core service that's arguably one of the most core and most relied upon services that the city provides. We've seen it in the feedback and surveys that the city does. Bins are important. So for me, the evidence collected and data from the report shows that as a collective of approximately 87,000 bins across the city, it's just not suitable to cut the household bin capacity to a fortnightly 140-litre service. I've talked about this previously. I raised this motion to get this data, and I'm very thankful that the city has done an amazing job to present that and give us, a lot of confidence in the decision forward. So I do support. I think there's some overlap with 2 and 3. It's not really going to matter. I think the messaging is very clear that we want to receive the report. We've got the data and the evidence. We're going to increase and turn up the volume on engagement with the community and get bins, get people understanding their waste and knowing where it all goes. despite there being conflicting state views on where your rubbish should go. But that's another conversation for another day, I'm sure. Really, for me, this one, putting this bin situation to bed is putting confidence back into for each and every household that they are going to have a bin that meets their waste needs. And I've had the nappy situation too, Councillor Clark, and it's, especially in summertime, 2 weeks is a long time still, I can assure you. So I strongly support action on bins in this way and shape or form, so I'm comfortable to support this one.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah. Again, I can't see the need for addition number 3, except more money, which we are running out of. I just want to talk about the 400,000 that we might have to give back. I just really can't imagine any government body saying, oh, well, you've got to give all the money back now when we've already purchased the bags and the caddies. So I'm thinking it would probably be part payment. I'm pretty sure. I can't see why they would make us give it all back if we didn't go to reduce the bins. I reckon we could. I agree. Maybe we do need more education, but I don't know. You can go on and on about this. I know you've got transients and renters, and they just do what the closest bin they'll put it in. And just another stat, I'm just going all over the place at the moment, but just one of the other stats is that the officers in the city, in the report, the research suggests that the take-up of the 140-litre bins in other local councils range from as low as 1% to as high as 10%. Really hardly a ringing endorsement of the program. So we've just got to keep those things in mind. I know the long-term goal is FOGO, you know, to get it as least waste as possible, but I think this is going to take a massive effort, and I don't know how much money we're going to spend on education. That's all I worry about.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you. Firstly, I suppose my intention with this is that LIM 2, it's why I didn't replace LIM 2 with LIM 3. LIM 2, exactly as Councillor Clark said, provides the CEO with the request to increase education now, but I also wanted to avoid a situation where we get a business as usual business plan for this area, knowing all of the work that the waste team has on their plate right now. And if we're serious about these goals, then we need to increase the ambition of our education program, and that requires us to consider it as part of the budget process. I also note that the CEO has a KPI relating to this, so I think that there are lots of different things that are all pushing the organisation to do what it can, and I think it's important that council just reinforces that, and that's the intention there. I do want to just address this comment about renters, because I'm a renter and I'm very diligent about my waste separation, as are many people I know who rent. I don't think that being a homeowner versus a renter has any impact on your considerations around waste and how well you separate your waste into recycling or general waste or FOGO. So I just wanted to respond to that. I think it's really important as councillors that we all provide leadership on this issue rather than politicise it, because if we don't, then the community is not going to move with us, and it's very clear that we have a long way to go. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I hope that council will support this, not just in the chamber, but also in the community.
I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostrowski and Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. So we now move on to item 10.5.2.7, which is the Planning Policy Review Significant Tree Register for Private Land Policy and Guidelines. Deputy Mayor, you've pulled this. Are you moving?
Yes, I'm moving the policy advisory committee recommendation to council.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Latta. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. So as background, council approved the significant tree register for private land policy and guidelines 2.5 years ago. At that stage, for those councillors who were here, which I think is everyone, I personally, and I think others as well, spoke about the problems with this policy and the restrictions and the fact that the policy is too restrictive. And I specifically said that I am concerned that we will not see any registrations. And now 2.5 years after that, we see 0 registrations. So we are coming to the table to discuss this policy, which we didn't have even almost any cases to see whether it was working or not. I think there were just one or two applications, and they were rejected. They did not meet the criteria. So I thank the officers for looking into this in detail. I think I proposed it several months ago that we will review it. It was timely that we will do that. And I thank the officers for the changes that they proposed. Many of them, we did raise it 2.5 years ago, but they were not accepted at that stage. So now, hopefully, they will be accepted. We had a long discussion about this at the policy committee, and we made more adjustments all along the same line of changes. I'd like to highlight to councillors, if it was not clear, that still the basis of this policy is getting consent of the owner. So without consent, there is no registration of a tree. But we did remove some restrictions that were unnecessary to help the policy to be more efficient. I do want to mention on the record, and I am moving it because I think we should fix what should be fixed now, but I am not sure that this policy is as still functional, and we will still get many registrations in the future. When it comes to incentives, the only incentives there are for developers, and I doubt that we will see any developers purchasing a site for development or subdivision. Suddenly they decide to register trees by themselves. I don't think that we will see that. And there are no incentives for ordinary property owners. There are no. So I think that's something we are sending it to the community for consultation. It might come back to us for more consideration. But we are fixing lots of other things. I think that's the minimum that we can do at this stage, because I think the focus probably should be at the next policy that I will speak about soon. I also would like to highlight number 2, LIMP 2, which was mentioned in the report, which asking the city to further investigate more incentives and more improvements around this issue and around this item and policy. And LIMP 3 is something that I proposed to the committee, and I thank them for supporting it, is asking the city to prepare an information sheet that summarizes all the benefits for landowners and specifically for developers from registering significant trees, and the main planning requirements around those areas, also from the other planning policy that we will talk soon. And I think it will be nice to have one document very clear to everyone, for us and for those who might be interested, if there are community members or even developers that can see that without needing to read everything, just as a starting point. So I think hopefully that can be a bit useful for everyone. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Latta.
Thank you. Look, I support the changes in this policy, which I think make it more effective, bring it closer to what other local governments have and the benchmarking that we looked at through the policy committee. But also, I think that there are a lot of people's hopes that are placed onto this policy, and I think in some ways it's misplaced, because this policy is there to protect significant trees, not every tree, but significant trees that have particular ecological or historical value to the city. And I think that what we've seen is a lot of people hoping to be able to use this policy because there is nothing else. So actually, I think the more important policy is the next one. In terms of impact on our tree canopy, allowing us to learn about reasons for tree removal and being able to address them. This one, I think, makes it functional as a significant tree register. It includes incentives that will hopefully be more interesting to people, make it more likely that people will sign up to this, but I don't think that we are going to get droves of people signing up to it. And so I hope that it can function well as a significant tree register, and we'll see what the community has to say about that. But again, I think that this is not the vehicle for us to deal with the loss of trees on private land.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor
Yeah,
Eason?
I'd like to move a procedural motion that this be referred to a councillor workshop in the future.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Osazowski. Councillor Eason?
Yeah, I'm concerned about this one because I feel like there needs to be more work done by council to move forward confidently on this policy. In the city of Bayswater, there's always a lot of intent and emotion around trees. This makes it difficult to connect all tree policies and ensure that tangible and well-considered action is being taken, and that will eventually retain and grow the city's canopy. I believe the council needs to foster and continue fostering a culture that everyone in our community values trees, and that they aren't a dividing topic or used as such. And right now, I'm far from convinced that the recent changes made to this policy will continue moving our community forward together. This policy had a lot of implications that I'm not comfortable with, and I feel it does set us back, especially in conjunction with the next item, but in isolation for this one. I think this policy will divide our community on the topic of trees and instead will derail the positive progress that we've made in regards to trees and tree canopy over the last 3 years. And I don't support removing consent from neighbours who are impacted by roots, branches and otherwise from significant trees. Their property is going to be impacted, and yet they have no say in the process to register a tree, and they have no rights of their own property. That really concerns me.
Okay.
Is that all
Have
right?
you finished?
Sorry. Yeah, and look, I don't support additional resourcing to accommodate the proposed changes in this policy brings. I don't see that they'll be impactful to the ultimate goal. So.
Okay. Yep. So it's a procedural motion to refer it to a workshop, so it just goes straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. The procedural motion is lost. Councillor Clark. Councillor Eason, can you turn off your microphone, please?
I just wanted to speak in favour.
Go ahead.
So I think none of this is ever going to be perfect. I think just as we cut down trees and it's death by 1,000 cuts, we have to fight every step of the way to try and protect them. And I think the bit that we haven't quite cracked is how to stop clear felling on private land, particularly when it becomes an empty block, it's an old house that's demolished, or the land's being subdivided. I have racked my brains on that challenge, and I cannot find a fix. I probably, maybe it is again. I'm going to turn to the community. In fact, if we move this tonight, and this gets passed, then there will be advertising and comment on it. So I'd really like to hear from a whole heap of experts that we have out in the community as to what it is that we're not doing and should be doing to incentivise keeping those trees on private land. This has gone through so much work. I'd like to thank all the committee members for the detail through which we went through this. I came along to that committee meeting and we went through it line by line, full stop by full stop. It also went to an elected member workshop on the 2nd of July 2024. And we have looked at this multiple times in the times that I've sat on council in the last sort of 7 or so years. And I must confess I am still surprised that we haven't had more registrations. I can only think that it's because the process is perhaps too convoluted, too complex. So the more that we simplify that, I think the better. Obviously, there are sort of complexities in terms of a process and people being heard in that process, but as we just keep clear felling more and more trees, we do have to protect our canopy. So I'd encourage everyone around this table to support this and support, getting feedback from members of the community as to why they feel they can't keep those trees. Is it because the building that they might get off the plan is, that stock standard building that goes in the middle of a block, and there's no scope in terms of cost or design to build around it? Do they think it reduces their property values when actually it probably increases them? Do we need to apply the Helliwell method to all of this? Because that sort of did seem to have some impact at some point about valuing, particularly around this table, that this tree is worth $80,000. Do we need to do it in on council land first? That's not private land. It might not fit squarely within this, but maybe we need to lead the example and council. Do we need to find other blocks of land and tie big red ribbons around trees, not so that they're going to be cut down, but so they're protected? Maybe red ribbon's a bad idea because someone might accidentally cut it down, but you know what I mean. I think we have to get a bit creative about this. So I look forward to working with everyone in the community to save more trees.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'm never going to support something that gives less rights for a property owner. There's an easy way to solve this. We talk about community engagement. I reckon we just send do a referendum, send an envelope to every resident in the city, and then we'll get an answer instead of just going on to community engagement or doing something general, because I can tell you in the area I am, this is not going to pass. Generally, governments in Australia seem to be imposing more and more controls on what can be done with private property. And I can't agree with the policy that reduces rights of private landowners by creating blanket restrictions on those rights and allow a local authority to acquire more power. The council's got responsibilities with regards to verge and council-owned properties, so let's leave it at that. I think most people like to have their property how they want it. A lot of people, I've got, I don't know how many trees in my property. I'm happy to look after those trees. But if something goes wrong, if the roots get into the pool area or go into the fence into the neighbours, quickly make sure that that's rectified. I don't see why we have to, I really just don't see why we have to go down this one. Considering all the land, all the trees that were pulled out for Metronet, and not only just the trees, but I'd like to talk about the great soil that's been used by housing up near the Swan Valley. It's encroaching, houses are encroaching and more, and that some of that soil could be used to grow food, but we have to have more houses. So, I don't know when this is going to stop. I know we've got, everybody talks about the tree canopy, and I'm happy to put more trees on public land, but to me, private land's sacrosanct, and I don't want anything to do with it.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just hope that there's no confusion with this one. This is an opportunity for property owners to register a tree on their own property as significant because of its ecological and historical value. It's not a broad brush approach. It's very much a property owner right-centred approach. So just I think in this conversation I heard a bit of confusion about it. I think we have had this discussion at council. This is a tidy up of an existing policy to try and improve it and to try and make it more workable. And so I hope when we go out to consultation we might get some good ideas on how to make it more workable as well.
Thank you. Councillor Malacca.
Thank you. Look, I can't support this. From what I see from this policy, from this recommendation, is that it impacts the neighbour just as much as it does the property owner. And so, yes, it will cause more frustration in the community. And what does it mean? Does it mean that the neighbour will be on high alert, looking at what happens to their neighbour and to the trees of their neighbour? I can just see this causing more animosity rather than harmony in the community.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very briefly, it is the choice of the homeowner on significant trees. This isn't an overview of the city just taking an umbrella approach to dive on every tree that's in a private garden. This is the owner's privilege, and they are also given encouragement financially and helpful in every way with the city to make that tree important and add its value to the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? I have a few questions. My first question, I don't know if it's best addressed to the manager or to the chair of the policy committee, but my question is, why was clause 9 on page 371 of the hard copy altered, but the same clause on page 372 wasn't altered? So, I don't know. Manager, do you have a response?
Through the chair, this was modified by the committee. It was removed during the discussion.
By the committee? Would the committee chair like to answer?
Sorry, Mayor, what pages were those references that you just had?
Page 371 of the hard copy. I'm referring to clause 9. You can see that there is the green has been removed, but there's the same clause, clause 7, on page 372, where it hasn't been removed. So I want to know why it's been removed on one and not on the other.
Sorry, can you say the sentence that was removed?
So the sentence that's been removed on page 371 is under clause 9, under the heading Implications and Responsibilities for Landowners, and it says, the city will advise future landowners of this when issuing a certificate of information relating to land in response to a land information inquiry. That's been removed from the policy, but under implications for neighbours, that hasn't been removed. So neighbours, so the city will advise future affected neighbouring landowners of this when issuing a certificate of information relating to land. So I just want to know why it's okay for one but not okay for the other.
Yep, so I'm happy to explain that amendment did not come from the committee as such, it came from the officers. So when I provided the officers before the meeting my suggested amendments and improvements, the officers brought it back with that change from their technical expertise. And I think, a manager, you explained it to, because we also asked that question at the committee why it was removed, and I remember that you provided some rationale why the officers suggested to remove that. So it did not initiated by the policy committee, it was initiated by the city. I did not have a clue anything about that, so we did not initiate it. And I think you are right, Madam Mayor, for picking it up. I think we probably, if it's removed there, it should have been removed in 7, and I'm happy to accept that if you want as an amendment. And
well, I'd like to know the rationale first as to why it was removed. So, manager?
Through the chair, the city's view is that landowners should be advised of this as a part of the information process.
So you're saying the city thinks it should be included, not removed?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Okay, my next question is why was clause 6 on page 372 removed? So I'll go to the chair of the committee.
Sorry, which one? We have different copies, Madam Mayor.
So the hard copy, 372.
I don't have hard copy, I have an electronic copy.
So it's...
Which section? Under which headline?
Implications and responsibilities for neighbouring properties, clause 6. It's been removed in the track changes. It says a significant tree may impact insurance policies. Neighbouring landowners are advised to check with their insurance provider in this regard. Why has that been removed?
If I recall correctly, I think that is again came from the officers.
Okay, I'll go to the officer, manager.
Through the chair, the city's position as per the policy was not to remove that condition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I do have some questions for the manager. My next question, if a significant tree is encroaching on a neighbour's property and they wish to touch the tree in any way, will they require a development approval and an arborist report?
Through the chair, they will require a development approval for works such as severing branches and limbs, excavation resulting in removal of roots, any excavation of the structural root zone, pruning for aesthetics reasons, or any other act which caused damages to the tree, and that they are recommended to use a qualified arborist to undertake these works.
Okay, so if they have to get a DA, will the fee be waived for the neighbour like it is waived for the property owner?
Through the chair, with the way the policy is currently worded, no, they wouldn't have a fee waiver for neighbouring properties.
So the neighbour would be required to pay for that. Okay. Are the tree protection zone and the SRZ, I think it's soil retention zone, measurements as referred to on page 370 of the hard copy, are they standard measurement or do they vary tree by tree? And can they also change over time depending on the growth of the tree?
Through the chair, my understanding is that they vary as the tree grows, as it is dependent on the width of the trunk.
Okay, so they're constantly changing. So on page 370, when it talks about when, you know, what requires this, a development approval from the city, and it talks about it includes any excavation resulting in removal of roots greater than 5 centimetres in diameter and, you know, within the tree protection zone, and any excavation within the tree's structural root zone that requires the removal of a root. When the roots are on the neighbour's property, because the roots of the tree can encroach on a neighbour's property, how is the neighbour supposed to know what the measurements are?
Through the chair, so that would be considered when a development application is considered, and the city would have to provide that information through written advice, as is said that they should receive.
And how does the city obtain those measurements?
They would most likely have to view the tree to understand where the tree root zone is.
So that's new work for the city to undertake each time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to speak against this. I'm fundamentally opposed to any policy that erodes property owner rights, which is exactly what the amendments to this policy will do. The impact of the amendments to this policy are far-reaching and have unintended consequences which need to be duly considered, and I would have liked the opportunity to work through these changes with all of council to reach some common ground instead of having to debate it as it's currently worded. Firstly, I question the legality of a council policy trying to override a common law. It is well understood in the community that a person cannot encroach on another person's land. For instance, if your neighbour's tree is overhanging into your property, you have the right to cut back that tree to the boundary line and return the clippings to the tree owner. This is common practice in the real world. The policy in front of us seeks to remove that right from you if your neighbour's tree happens to be on the significant tree register. Secondly, the title, significant tree, is misleading because under the amended criteria, any tree could be classed as significant. A lemon tree could be classed as significant on the social basis that a community member planted it, or even just because someone believes your lemon tree is in a prominent location. But what qualifies as a prominent location? A property located on a main road, a property located opposite a train station, a property located opposite a shopping centre, or every property located on a corner block. Who knows? I certainly don't, because it's not stated. But this could be a reason why you find someone nominating a tree on your private property to be protected. That brings me to my next point. Anyone can nominate a tree to be on the register. That means a person from Fremantle or any other area could drive through the city of Bayswater, spot trees that they like, and nominate as many of them as they wish. It also means that if someone doesn't like you, or a neighbour wants to prevent you from subdividing your block, installing a pool, or even putting in a granny flat, they could apply for a tree in your backyard to be put on the register. Now, the policy says that landowners must consent to a tree on their property being added to the register, otherwise the city will not progress the nomination. But this is where you have to pay attention to the fine print, because there's a clause included that states that if the nominator is dissatisfied with the decision, they can request for it to be referred to council to make a decision. What does this mean? It means more erosion of property owner rights, particularly if you have a council who values trees more than your property rights. Also, I don't see how this policy aligns with the current state Labor government's policy of addressing the housing crisis, because the consequence of this policy will be stifling more homes being built. The next thing I want to raise is the impact on neighbours, who I believe are the consequential victims of this policy. Affected neighbours are subjected to the same restrictions and loss of property rights as the tree owners. Yet, the requirement to obtain their consent has been removed through these amendments. How is this fair? Especially when they will be faced with the costs of obtaining arborist reports and development approvals, which can be up to thousands of dollars. These costs will be incurred due to something they may never have wanted to deal with. Let's consider an example. A person wishes to install a swimming pool in their backyard, and during excavation, they find that the roots from their neighbour's significant tree have encroached onto their property. This would trigger the need to obtain an arborist report, and if the arborist finds that excavation for the pool could damage or put at risk the health of the significant tree, which isn't even on your own property, you could be prevented from having a pool or anything else for that matter that you want on your own property. This policy may also devalue the neighbour's property. For example, a property owner may want to sell their property. A buyer could be interested, but when they do their due diligence, they become aware that a neighbouring property has a significant tree, which, as mentioned earlier, could impact on their property rights. Therefore, the buyer is no longer interested in purchasing the property, and the seller has lost a sale because of the impact of their neighbour's tree over their own property. Can you see how this could create division in our community? This is a clear example of government overreach being pushed by lobby groups. If the amendments to this policy are supported tonight, the broader community needs to be very aware about how this policy will change your fundamental property rights. This is the time for the silent majority to speak up. If a local government can implement a policy which takes away your private property rights, what's next? I ask Council and the community to properly consider the implications should this policy be implemented. This will create division within our community. Stop telling people how they must live in their own homes based on your values. Stop that overreach and vote against this policy. Anyone wish to speak for? Anyone wish to speak against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Sorry,
You've
can I just
spoken,
ask-
Councillor Palmer.
I was just going to ask a question.
Yep, you can ask
Thank
a
you very
question.
much. You mentioned that consent was not due from the landowner. If a tree is to be honest, if a tree was to be named significant, that anybody could come up and say that. But is it right that the consent has to be from the landowner?
So what I stated is that the policy says the landowner must consent, but if the nominator, who isn't necessarily the property owner, is wishes to, what was the wording? It says that if the nominator is dissatisfied with the decision, they can request for it to be referred to council to make a decision.
Because on number 1 in significant tree assessment, it says that it has to be at the consent of the landowner.
So, Councillor, I'm not getting into a to and from debate. I just told
that's a
you what the
question.
policy
Well,
says.
it has to be by the consent of the landowner. Thank you.
That's so. I've gone to the mover to close.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We had a very lengthy discussion. It is a very complex policy and technical concept, and we had a very lengthy discussion at the policy committee about specific sections, and I do hope that all councillors around the table respect the work that the policy committee does. And Councillor Evson, I know you tried to defer it, but I recall that you were an apology for that meeting, and we did have a lengthy discussion that should be respected, and any councillor who is interested in our policies, I invite them as the chair to attend, Madam Mayor, our meetings. It's always open. Every councillor, as you know, I always allow everyone to speak, even as observers, as you know, and no other councillors came besides those, the deputies that agreed to replace those that were apologies. So I thank those deputies that actually came and helped us to discuss this very complicated policy. We also had a workshop, as was mentioned, on the 2nd of July around this issue and the other policy, and that's on page 124. So we had a workshop, and from my recollection, no councillor raised any issues with this specific policy, which I thought it was quite an opportunity to actually raise the specific technical concerns that were raised here. And I think any of those pickups that are very valid, we're all human beings. The officers are doing the best that they can do. We asked them to review this. Council asked them to review the policy, and if anything was missed and was not identified at any of the chains, I think any councillor, Madam Mayor, could send an email to the city, to councillors. We can actually consider that, and no one raised that. So I think, I'm not sure why those technical aspects are brought tonight, if they were known beforehand. So I don't feel like from a policy perspective, it is actually contributing to have better policies coming from this council. Specifically, I had lots of comments about the neighbours, and I would like to highlight that recommendation came to remove those sections that we currently had came from the officers, not from the policy committee. And they explained to us, because we did query that quite a lot, Madam Mayor, if you were there, you know, we actually queried quite a lot why the officers were recommending that change. And they explained that the city of Bayswater added that 2.5 years ago, if you recall, and and they did review similar policies all around Perth Metro, and the city of Bayswater is the only council from whole Perth who actually added that. So they questioned that, and the policy committee referred to their advice, and we adopted that. However, I am not sure why this is not provided as an amendment, even tonight. Any of the aspects, Madam Mayor, that you raised, it could have been actually raised tonight as amendments. We could have considered them, change those things before it goes out to community consultation. So I'm not sure why it's only up to raising those comments, but not trying to actually change the policy so we can make it the best one. And I think all councillors, especially those that were the policy committee and generally wanted to achieve something which will benefit the tree canopy, would have appreciated having the specific discussion and vote on each one of those aspects. And I think some of the points that you raise are valid, and those are pickups that they were not there, were not picked up during the process, but no one moved any amendments. Consent. This is actually quite a weak and light policy, I must say. We are going to discuss the next item, which probably will be a longer debate. If we have such a lengthy debate on this, it's actually quite a weak policy, I must say. So I'm surprised that there is so much effort spent on this. No owner will have a tree registered on their land without their consent if the tree is on their property. No owner, this will not change. So it goes out to community consultation. And obviously, that's also an opportunity to pick up any issues It will come back to us to final decision. We're not actually making final decision on this. Some of the things that were raised tonight that were valid, that I'm hoping that it will be raised by councillors or by community members, and we can look at them back when we go back at the policy committee to reconsider this policy and change. This is what you do in policy making. Council supported this policy 2.5 years ago, and Madam Mayor, I think you actually supported it 2.5 years ago, and it achieved 0 registrations, which I find it very embarrassing, very embarrassing. And we have also received advice, and I specifically checked that most other councils around us that have similar policies actually had not many registrations, I must say, because it's all, again, up to consent of the owner, but they all had some registrations. We are actually in the worst situation in the whole city, in the whole Perth metro area, with zero round number, 0 registrations, 0 protections with the consent. No one property owner in the whole city of Bayswater wanted to register and enjoy the incentives, because that policy does not work currently. And this is why some of the amendments, I'm responding to many of your comments.
Okay, just, you have reached 5 minutes, so if you could.
I understand.
I'm happy to move an extension of time.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland and myself.
Thank you.
That is carried.
Yeah, because we've not really called time previously in how we've done things here.
I monitor the time and no one's reached 5 minutes, Councillor Clark. Thank you. No, you haven't actually.
That's
Nobody
okay.
called
That's
it.
okay. So during that time, 2.5 years of 0 registration, I don't recall any councillors, Madam Mayor, including yourself, actually asking, let's review the policy, let's see what can work better. No one. I raised it several months ago, I think when you were not here on leave, and we did receive council support to review that, and I thank the councillors that supported it, which I think is almost everyone. Canopy target. In the last 3 years, councillors, as you know, we did receive information about it, I think several months ago, and it's all public. It was an item in the agenda. And the canopy target in the city of Bayswater has been reduced in the last years, and it is during your time, Madam Mayor, has been reduced. And yes, the biggest reduction is because of trees on private properties. And in the next item, I will spend the time to talk about why it's happening and the developers' contribution to that. But the overall canopy target in the city of Bayswater has been reduced. However, I think just 2 months ago, we were asked by the officers to change the canopy targets. They thought it's not achievable. Council decided to keep the canopy targets as they are. And without making any attempts to change what we have, it's tokenistic. Why are we doing that? Just because nobody wants to touch the canopy targets, but on the other hand, nobody wants to actually change the policies and improve them. We already know that we saw some weakening of policies during the last several years of planting trees on public land. We did see that. And now we're touching this issue, and it is a sensitive issue. But as I'll just conclude again, it is all about the consent of the owner with this policy. So I would have preferred to actually see amendments and attempts to try and improve it, and not just hearing general concerns and we will see a vote against. I actually thought we can achieve a policy that can work. Thank you.
I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is carried. So we now go to the next item, which is 10.5.2.8, Walga Model Local Planning Policy Tree Retention. Deputy Mayor, you've pulled this one and you have provided an amendment.
Yes.
An alternative.
Yes, in the run sheet.
And that's been provided to all councillors. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Latta. Deputy Mayor.
Okay. So I'll just highlight again what I just said in the previous debate. This is a massive problem, the loss of trees on private property. And we can throw it to the too hard basket, and I understand why some of us will want to do that. I'm concerned about different options and how we do this. But I prefer to tackle it, and I think many councillors around the table would like to find ways to tackle that. Because we know and we received information from the city that the biggest reduction of tree canopy in our city that impact all of us, climate change, and all the aspects, of global warming and the urban heat island effect, is due to the loss of trees on private property. And as I said before, the city of Bayswater, the tree canopy overall has been reduced, slightly reduced in the last 3 years. We confirmed the canopy targets. No councillor proposed to change the canopy targets. And the city told us that if we continue as is, we will never reach them. So either we do something or we change the canopy targets. I don't believe in token targets. We do have many different views on this issue specifically, and I fully understand all views, and I share many of the concerns, and I raised them with many councillors and debated them and try to find ways. We now have before us amendments to the significant tree, and I'm going to the private land and street verges policy, our existing policy, and some of the changes are, some of them are general improvements that the city provided to general sections, and some of them are based on the WELGA policy, model policy around this issue. And some community members ask us not to touch and not to do anything, and some community members ask us to take the full WELGA approach and fully regulate trees on private property, and any movement and any change to a tree on private property should be regulated. I have concerns with both views. And what I'm proposing tonight, councillors, and I have been spending hours trying to think about options, something that might work, which is the middle way, because we have to do something. Otherwise, we're just ignoring the problem. Several shires already adopted the WELGA model, which I'm not going to support fully. I'm going to change, and I will explain the changes. But I would like to just refer to the Bassendean, to our neighbours. It was supported by them unanimously, and it did not divide, not their council and not their community. Nevertheless, every shire is different, and I have my concerns, and I know community members share their concerns with me, but I also understood, also those are concerned, they wanted to see some action on this issue because they all understand that there is a massive problem. And the problem, from my perspective, does not come from ordinary property owners. I do not share the view, and what WELGA tried to do here, I do not share that view. I think ordinary property owners, they know very well why they want to remove trees on their land. This is my view. They have the reasons, whether they planted the trees 30 years ago and now the tree is mature and significant and can be captured by the policy, and they decide for their reasons to remove it. And I do support that position. If it's to build a swimming pool, if it's to have a granny flat, or they're allergic to the tree, or they just think that they should have a different type of tree, I do, at least at this point in time, I do share the positions as a property owner with many trees on my land, and I understand why anyone would not want to have any say around this issue. We need to balance all the needs. What I'm proposing here, councillors, and before I get to that, I just want to have also a general point about regulation on private property, because I had also comments around this issue. We already regulate private property as councillors in so many ways, local governments and state governments, swimming pools, fencing around swimming pools. We do inspections. Local governments do inspections. These on private property. Heritage buildings, councillors. We regulate heritage buildings. They are not allowed to remove a building with heritage criteria, our heritage criteria, without approval of the council. So it's already happening. We have many other stuff. Developments. Can they build whatever they want to? They can't. We have town planning scheme. We have regulations on private land. And it's valid if it has a reason. And it has community support, and it has good basis why we're doing what we're doing. Now, I want to touch what I'm proposing here. I'm not supporting adopting the WELGA model in full. As I said, I have concerns about that. However, I think that we should tackle the situation where we see around the city where developers come and clear the land without any consideration whether any of the mature trees, the significant trees on their land.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor, you're at 5 minutes. So if you can...
I do have a few more.
Councillor Clark.
Happy to move an extension of time again.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Palmer. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is carried.
Thank you. Developers, they clear the land, and it's already happening, especially in the southern part of the city, and we're all responsible for that, and we will see that everywhere, especially now with the new train stations. We will see that, and all councils will experience that in their wards. What's happening? Developers come, they purchase the land, they clear the land, they demolish the building, and all the trees, no matter what tree and in which location, it could be in the corners, on the boundary lines, they clear it, they subdivide, and many of them sell the lots. The new property owners plan and design the site, and they don't know that where the new backyard, there once maybe a mature tree that they could have kept, and they might have wanted to keep it. What I'm trying to achieve here is to slow down the process of what developers do, because they do not have any consideration to the planning of those sites. They want to do what they do, which is fair enough. They want to sell, they want to have their revenue making. That's part of it. We thank them for what they do also in constructing buildings for us. But when it comes to trees, this is terrible. This is a terrible practice. And what I'm trying here is to slow them down and let the property owners that design and plan those lots, let them decide whether they want to keep the mature trees. If they want to remove the trees, and there is no other way to feed the trees in the development, from my perspective, this is what I tried hard to make it work here, so be it. But I want to give them the chance to make the decision whether they want the trees on their land, not those that purchase the land temporary. In short, because I don't have much time, what I've been trying here is to focus and highlight in the objectives that this is what we are trying to achieve, and this is the direction, the clear direction to the city. We do not want to put burdens on ordinary property owners in ordinary circumstances, but to stop what we see what developers do, clearing mature trees without proper planning consideration. So it's there in so many sections. I transformed completely what Welga did, but they had restrictions, what ordinary property owners cannot do. I changed it completely, and I made it very clear to the officers in the policy that ordinary reasons to remove mature trees are valid, and it's mentioned there in 1C. Every property owner with a regulated tree, which are 8 meters and above, we're talking about very big trees, they do need to provide a DA, need to apply for a DA to remove a tree, and the city will accept that in most situations if it's not relevant to a new development or subdivision. In those situations, the city will have discussions with the property owner, the developer, and trying to understand whether those trees can fit to any future development. This is what we're trying to do here. There are no fees to any property owner that will need to apply for a DA. It's LIMP 2. We are waiving the fees. I replicated what Bassendean did. LIMP 3, which is a core thing here. We do not have any data of what's happening specifically on private land with regard to mature trees. We know that we are losing them, but we don't know why we are losing them. And specifically in the current policy, the private land and street verges policy that we currently have, we already introduced in 2018 some planning and restrictions to plant trees on every 350 square meters. And if you want to retain some trees, the number of required trees will be reduced. I asked the officers to tell me how many trees have been retained since 2018. The data is not there. So unfortunately, we have a policy that we do not know if it's effective. So in 3, I'm going to address this. From now on, we will have that figures. And if this is approved after consultation, and I'm going to highlight this all goes to consultation, and we're not making final decision tonight on this issue. We will make the final decision when it comes back. We're sending it to the community to provide their feedback on this issue. LIMP 3 means that every year we will get those figures, how many trees have been retained, those that were removed and approved to be removed by the officers, why they were removed, what's the reason, and then we can make more decisions whether it works, what we can do better, how we can speak to our community and have some influence on what we see. I'll finish with that.
Councillor Latta.
Thank you. I've also spent a lot of time thinking about this issue and contributing to the development of this. Although Ellie has, the deputy mayor has worked really hard on all the details. But what I thought was required was a process that people engaged in, whereby we would be able to collect the data on the reasons why people want to remove their trees without preventing them from removing their trees, unless it is for the purposes of development, in which case they will still be permitted to, but they are required to engage with the city first and have a conversation. The advantage of this is that at each point there is an opportunity to provide educational material to people, options to people. We can approve their tree removal, but also tell them about the Tree Guardian program that can help them with their leaf litter with volunteers. We can tell them about alternatives to tree removal that we might have knowledge of, but they may not. I don't think that a person removes a tree lightly. I hope they don't. I also know it's very expensive to remove a tree that is as big as this, thousands and thousands of dollars. And I think that this gives a little bit of gravity to that decision, a process to go through in which people can understand that this does have an impact on the common good, that trees do provide a public benefit, but we don't get in their way. We don't prevent them from doing it. We collect the information and we can learn from that to improve our policies. I see the looks around the table tonight and I see all the criticisms without contributions, and that's actually really upsetting me, because on this policy, I tried really hard to bring in everybody in council. I asked the policy committee to refer it to the meeting instead of deciding at the policy committee, and I also asked for it to go to a briefing, and I appreciate that the CEO made that happen in the intervening period of time, but there was not very good discussion at that briefing. And there was an opportunity, we could have discussed both policies. And instead...
Sorry, I'm going to hand over chairing to the Deputy Mayor because I'm calling a point of order about accuracy, the statements being made. Deputy Mayor? So in the point of order that I'm calling is that it keeps referring to we had an opportunity at a briefing to discuss this. The briefing was before we received these papers. So councillors hadn't been provided with the agenda or the amendments to see before...
You were provided with it. You had a piece of paperwork and you said you didn't read it.
Factual statements. Factual statements. About councillors had the opportunity. There's factual in the standing orders.
Sorry, I'd just like to clarify which
Yeah,
number of the standing
I'll
orders.
get that.
Thank you.
I'm using it as an adverse reflection because I don't believe that the information is actually accurate. When the briefing that Councillor Latter is referring to, councillors had not been... it's adverse reflection.
Can I clarify? So you're talking about clause 8.14 of the standing orders, but that refers to a member not reflecting adversely on a decision of the council or a committee. So how is that relevant here?
Sorry, Councillor Clark, the Deputy Mayor is the presiding officer. It's not your... So I'm going to the presiding officer at the moment to rule on my... You have to rule on my...
presiding officer, if that's possible.
The presiding officer rules on the...
Look, I will go back to Councillor and ask if she can rephrase what she just said in a different way. Thank you.
I do understand what you're saying now. Thank you for the clarification. This particular alternative was not prepared then, but there was a policy that we did not discuss in depth because councillors were not prepared. And I think that that's really unfortunate because it was an excellent opportunity for us to really get into the bones of this. And my intent was to find a way forward that we could walk together. I think that this council is an excellent reflection of the variety of views in the community. And if we cannot get our act together, then how can we expect the community to? I think that we should consider contributing before criticising. And I think that that should just be our way forward, because we should not be lazy policymakers rejecting things instead of contributing to a better outcome. I hope that if people have objections, that they can constructively recommend alternatives, suggest alternatives, and that we can work through that as a council. That's how this process works. I think it's important that this goes to community consultation. A lot of work has gone in to respecting the considerations that we believe other councillors have. But without the open discussion, it's really hard to know. I think that we just send it to community consultation, we see what people in the community have to say, and then we can have a full and complete discussion, an open discussion, in which we can find a way forward that doesn't become toxic, that doesn't become antagonistic, but involves people with different views finding the pathway that works for everybody. I think it's possible.
So I'm going to move a procedural motion that this is referred to a workshop of councillor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Osazowski. The reason for my procedural motion is, if I am to quote the Deputy Mayor, he has transformed it completely. That was the exact words that the Deputy Mayor used to describe the amendments that he's put forward to us. We have only been provided this amendment this afternoon. Most councillors would not have had the opportunity to read this level of amendment in context with the entire model tree policy and see how it actually impacts. As an example, I had councillors in the previous item saying they went through line by line the policy and the amendments are excellent, and then I raised the issues, the technical issues and the inconsistencies within the policy.
I don't believe that comment is relevant, Mayor, to your procedural motion.
I'm explaining why this needs to go to a workshop so that we have time to duly consider the implications of such an extensive amendment to a policy that's very complex. So I would like to understand before going out to community consultation.
My objection of relevance?
I can't.
Or could someone?
The Deputy Mayor, I hand over the presiding to you on the point of order on relevance.
I will ask the Madam Mayor if you can rephrase those things in a way that will focus on this item.
Okay, so I would like this to go to a workshop because this is a very extensive amendment to a policy that a lot of councillors around this table were only provided this afternoon, and we have not been provided the opportunity to consider the implications of each of these amendments before going out to, or even before voting on this. I would like to read these amendments in context with the whole policy, which I have not had the opportunity to do. And so I'm asking council if they would consider referring this to a workshop so that we can look at these amendments, because I've just heard comments on this item about lazy policymakers, transformed it completely, and wanting constructively recommend alternatives. And I'm telling you, I've not had the opportunity, by only receiving this afternoon, to be able to contribute in a constructive way. And that's why I'm moving the procedural motion. So I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. All those against is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Ladder, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. So that procedural motion is lost. So would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Sutherland.
I've just got one suggestion. Let's just say we'll do a council referendum and send it to everybody and end the conversation, and we'll see once and for all what the score is.
Councillor Johnson.
Just like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Sorry, I thought Councillor Johnson was speaking, so I thought I had some more thinking time there. No, that's all right. Look, I think one of the things that we do around this table regularly is look at complicated things, and we do it in the evening. You know, I think people have commented and coming in and seeing how the City of Bayswater has operated for, you know, a decade or so, that we often make significant amendments to things and we have to make decisions taking into account what we know, what we've read in our the prep that's been done in the papers, and then the amendments that come before us. So it's not actually that unusual to receive amendments in the afternoon and then make a decision that evening. What I think is important as well is that this is something that has been developed by Walga, so it has a history to it as well. And this obviously, again, you know, I assume councillors, depending on your interest level in this area, would, to more or less a degree, would be following some of this as well. I would expect the mayor would be following this. So I think it's really important that we look at what I suppose the Deputy Mayor has put forward here and the contributions that have been made by a number of councillors to actually get into the real detail on this and find a way through. I think it's useful that we've looked at Bassendean's experience, and I find it illustrative that they, you know, that theirs was, I think the Deputy Mayor said, was unanimous and not divisive. So I don't think it needs to necessarily be divisive. I think at the end of the day, we're seeking ways at a local council level to support our tree canopy. It really is that simple. So I encourage councillors around this table to support this motion.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Sosowski.
Thank you. Just going to address some points first. Yes, we did receive this amendment at 5:39 p.m. this afternoon, so very, very late in the afternoon. So I agree with the Mayor that it's hard to consider such extensive changes with only an hour to go. In regards to there was a comment previously about adding regulations to people. Just because we have things already regulated on our private land doesn't mean that we actually need to add more. In regards to the Bassendean item, when you're looking at their public consultation, not everyone was in agreement with the decision to go with the Bassendean policy. It was a 50 split. So there was a difference of opinion in their community as well. I absolutely agree with what has been said tonight in regards to our canopy. We all are of the same opinion that we do want to increase the canopy in the City of Bayswater, and I am happy to say that on the public land that we control, not private land, but the land that we control over the last couple of years under the current Mayor, we have been able to increase the tree canopy on our public land. Last year during the election time out door knocking, I door knocked so many houses and spoke to so many people in Central Ward, and I can honestly say that every single person, bar one person, absolutely rejects any interference on their private property when it comes to trees. We haven't tried the incentives method yet. We have not looked at how we can incentivise our ratepayers on their private land to increase canopy. I just want to go back to a comment in a previous item where the Deputy Mayor was speaking about bins, and he was saying that people should be given options, that people should be given incentives to reduce their waste. I believe it's the same for tree canopies on private lands. We should be focusing on education. I believe it is exactly the same in this situation as well. We need to be getting people to better understand why we're trying to do what we're trying to do. It applies to this situation too. And also, it's important that we give it a go and come back in a couple of years and see how it's going and then make those changes. I think we should be trying education and incentives first, and we should not be interfering in the rights of people on their private land when it comes to trees.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I think we've said this idea is not new. Welga's been developing this policy for quite some time, and it's come to us through various ways. We've sort of deferred it and put it through workshops and whatever, but it came to us from, you'll all recall the annual meeting of electors, so it's actually come to us from the community. I think we've had quite some time to get our head around the general gist of it, if not the detail, which, as we do, we'll work out round the table. We all know about canopy loss and the impact that it's having on our community now and will have on our community in the future. This is a mechanism that Welga's developed that's going to help us to retain some trees. Not all trees. It talks about a regulated tree. It's a large tree. It's 8 metres or taller, so it's quite defined in what's coming towards us. It's not all trees. And I think what this does is ask us to stop and think and plan for trees in our neighbourhoods. Cool cities and shady suburbs, that's incentive. Like, that is the incentive, is we actually have a better place to live in now and for into the future. We have areas that are cooler to live in now and have increased biodiversity, which increases the resilience of our communities into the future with climate change. So I think that the draft model policy is something that we should go out to our community. This is, as we mentioned, this is not where we make the final decision. This is where we put it out to the community to have a look at, and it will come back to us, and we will make changes because that's what we do. So while I've foreshadowed the officer's recommendation, which is also good to go out to the community and chat, I also appreciate the work that was done to try and craft a way forward that the policy committee sent us to council for a workshop, so we could try and create a path forward. And this is a proposal to do that, and I'm happy that we have that on the table. I hear a lot about private property rights and victims of trees, and it's very confusing to me. I think we all bring different perspectives to this. And, as I've said before, I have tree regrets. I've planted a tree in the wrong place. It is true, and it does cost a lot of money to have that remediated. But I also grew up in a neighbourhood where trees were protected, and that was the normal. And I'm constantly surprised it's not. It seems so foreign to some of us in our community. I don't think it's such a big leap that we should consider that the way we consider. I think it was the medium density housing guidelines that talked about trying to create neighbourhoods or houses that were more livable, that had ventilation, natural light, cooling. I don't think this is a step any further. We're doing this within a planning framework, which we absolutely can do. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I've gone through this, like all of us have, very finely, and lucky to have had the time at the Policy Review Committee as well, which I was very pleased to be as a deputy. I think some of the amendments here, and they're not a lot, they're up there on the screen. That's not 2 hours work there to understand. But I do like the middle term specific targets of 16% by 2025 and 18% by 2027. That's one of them. The next was, as you can see, another good one, removal of a regulated tree in the case of subdivision or development is discouraged. The city promotes pre-lodgement discussion on the design and site planning prior to any works to ensure regulated trees are incorporated into the overall design. And 6 follows, any subdivision plan should identify regulated trees and note if they are to be retained or removed, and the applicant is to demonstrate how the retained regulated trees will be protected as part of the subdivision process. These are all not obligatory facts. They're decisions and discussions that can be taken, and we have made those amendments through the WALGA process, and rightly so. That's what they gave this to us for. But I think the percentages on targets is very apt, and I support it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councillor Ball.
I'd just like to thank the Deputy Mayor for bringing something that's kind of pragmatic and trying to seek middle ground forward. It is a significantly more watered down position than what the WALGA model proposes, and it's a shame that there's resistance to a policy that has been put forward with the aim of trying to find middle ground. If you think about what the situation was, 3 years ago and then 2 years ago, and the binary approach, what I'm seeing here is a genuine effort to try to actually work in a collegiate way, but it takes all sides to be willing to take something and give something. I'm going to support this. I have my own views on what I'd like to see, but I understand what the Deputy Mayor is trying to achieve here, and the Seconder as well, and Councillor Latta. And I think it's really positive that they're seeking to find a middle ground, and I hope that councillors can be willing to be more pragmatic, given that everybody has a diversity of views on this item.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Thank you to the officers. I didn't say that, and the planners that worked on this, and I want to highlight, in light of some of the comments, they recommended to council to adopt the WALGA model in full. So I think it should be highlighted. I am not taking the recommendation in full because I think we are not there. But and in light of the many comments and views that we have on council, as I just said, thank you, Councillor Ball, trying to find the middle ground, which I'm hoping it's a middle ground. I want to address some of the comments. Incentives, I had a councillor talking about incentive, Councillor Sosowski. I didn't see anyone proposing any amendments to this policy about incentives. I don't remember any councillor talking about this in the last few weeks, since this has been on the table, months, and definitely since the agenda is out. So we can talk about those things, but I think if we are not moving amendments or improvements, nothing will happen. Trees on public land, 100%. I've been speaking about this for years, trying to improve the policies that we have, the practices. Some motions were supported, some motions were not supported, and we should continue to do what we do and improve it, but the impact is still low versus the impact of the removal of trees on private land by developers. If I mentioned, Madam Mayor, that I transformed the policy, I chose the wrong words, apologize. What I try to say is that I reduced the scope, and thank you, Councillor Palmer, for highlighting the amendments are there. That's it. Those are the amendments, and you have a short list of amendments to the policy, and the other limbs that I spoke about are general about the approach and not about the specific policy. I wasn't sure why we need to further prolong the process if some councils already indicated they are not going to support anything on private land. I'm not sure why it's been proposed again and again. When we already had a workshop, the policy committee referred this to a workshop to have all councils around the table. And again, we don't see any amendments that came out of that. And no, not many spoke with me. And those councillors who spoke with me, as the chair of the policy committee trying to achieve something and amend, I spoke with them and talked to them how we can bring something that will benefit our community as a whole and address concerns, because we all have concerns with this sensitive issue. There will be gaps, there will be issues, that we will find things during the community consultation. Again, this is part of the policy making process, Council. It's very important to understand how we make policies. This is part of the process. We talked about referendum. We are taking it to community consultation. I specifically highlighted in Limb 1 that we are seeking community views on this issue before final consideration by Council. This is just one step. It will go back to the policy committee for further consideration of the details. And I will make sure this time around that I will invite all councillors individually to that committee to make sure that everyone, Madam Mayor, can come and provide comments, specific comments on the technical ones, so we don't need to spend so much time on the technicalities. The urban heat island effect is real, and it impacts all of us, all community members, and it will impact mainly future generations and our children and our grandchildren. So I think this needs to be taken into account when we are talking a lot about this issue. This is what we are trying to address. The focus, and I'll finish, the focus is here on developers and that practice to clear the land. I have not met many community members, and I've spoken with hundreds in all parts of the city, Councillor Sosowski, and I have not met many who told me, let them clear the land. Let them clear all the trees. We do not want them. I have not met one. On the contrary, especially from those property owners that suddenly saw what happens to the neighboring property once it's developed, they're running. They're running to us quickly. Help us, stop that. What are they doing? We can't. It's too late. It's too late. We don't have any measures, anything to do. Now we will have, if this goes ahead in some format. And this is a framework, councillors. We will continue to adjust. If it goes ahead by council in the future, following community consultation, it will be a framework. We can adjust, we can increase, we can reduce. It's something to start working with. Again, instead of just throwing it to the too hard basket, which is very easy. And I'll finish with leadership. This is why we are here. We need to tackle these issues. The easiest thing on all councils is just to say, too sensitive, too hard. We know that the biggest impact on tree canopy in the city is on private land, but we don't want to meet any issues from any community member, from any developers. We don't want to get any calls, any angry developers calling us. That's easy. Let's do something harder and try to find a framework that can work. And hopefully, despite the debate tonight on those issues, we can find, when it comes back, something that can work together. And I would love to have a unanimous support for this policy now and when it comes back, with some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sosowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is carried.
Mayor, can I just clarify? There seemed to be some indications around the table that people didn't think that there had been a workshop on this. I don't want anyone to be left in this room or on the recording to think that there wasn't. It was my understanding that there had been one.
Councillor Clark.
Is that correct?
This isn't time for questions. That you can have questions at the end. We're now up to
sorry,
item...
Mayor, it's not a question, it's a procedural motion. There were people...
No, it's not a procedural motion.
They were making adverse reflections.
It's not a procedural motion. So we're now on to item 11.1.
Sorry, Mayor, is that your ruling?
It's not a procedural motion, yes. That's my ruling.
Sorry, okay, can I please clarify then? I'm going to put it down as either an adverse reflection under 8.1.4 under the standing orders or a personal explanation under 8.1.2. There were numerous comments around the table made that there seemed to be a suggestion that there was not a workshop held on this, and my understanding was that there was. So I'd like
no, we're not getting into this. It's not an adverse reflection. I've ruled that out of order. We're now on to item 11.1, Councillor Eveson, construction of a concrete path, Illingbridge Street, Morley. So, Councillor Eveson?
Yep.
Do you wish to read out your nom or not?
I would love to. The motion is that Council directs the Chief Executive Officer to cease the proposed works for the installation of a pathway on Illingbridge Street, Morley, approves the construction of a pathway around the perimeter of Strutway Reserve, Miranda, and amends the 24-25 budget, 2024/25 budget as part of the mid-year budget review to reallocate project funds from the Illingbridge Street project to the new pathway in Strat Reserve as follows. And there's some numbers there that equate to $45,000.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka? Councillor Eason?
Thank you. Thanks to those in the gallery that have waited since 7 o'clock. It's getting later now, but thank you for staying back. And I brought this motion to Council after being contacted by residents and being made aware of the significant pushback about a new footpath on Illingbridge Street in Morley. Before bringing this to council, I had discussions with many residents. I received and assisted the community to provide a signed petition to the city, and we also went and had a coffee catch-up at a local business to talk about the process and ABFs and what you probably see tonight, and it's been lots of fun. But as I mentioned, the reasons that the community brought this to me was that they don't believe that a footpath should be priority over other footpaths in the city at this time. And I've spoken to residents that have been living in the street for 15, 20 and even 50 years plus. So very impressive, very tight-knit community there on Illingbridge. They see the pedestrian, cycle and car traffic on the street as they tend to their gardens, and this is a street where everyone knows everyone. An active community that look out for each other and appear almost completely united that this street doesn't need a footpath. And on the flip side of that, providing the solution in regard to a footpath that I know has been requested from the community for a long, long period of time. And I say the words footpath because it is a connecting path from one side to the other, and that's the goal, for people to traverse from east and west and to access the Naranda Town Centre. So, there's a fair few questions and deputations last week, so I thank the people that came in and said their piece and asked some questions. It's not easy to do that in front of council, and look forward to debate and discussion on this item. And I've just noticed that I've missed other points that weren't on the screen, so when I read it out, but
Okay.
my apologies.
Okay. You're referring to limbs 4
4
and
and 5,
5.
yeah, they weren't visible at the time, so
Okay.
I didn't have it open.
Okay.
But I can read them if you would like.
Not necessary. Councillor Maleka? Councillor Easton, if you can turn off your microphone.
Thank you. Well, you've pretty much covered it all, but after what I heard last week at the deputations, I can understand why you've brought this motion forward. And so in my view, I can see that it is no longer, it's not a priority, and that this could be used elsewhere, funds to be used elsewhere that will become a priority.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against this? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe there are for and against in the whole street. I have not knocked on doors for that purpose. I have not rung anybody. I have not emailed anybody. I'm sitting here looking at what we have seen, not just in the gallery, but in the letters we've received as well, and taken a firm view of looking at this as a councillor. To my mind, and in my opinion, the city officers have not shown support for this change. They have not cancelled the construction of this footpath. It is my firm opinion that we as councillors understand that we are in full knowledge of the operational works that have been undertaken in reaching this stage of construction of this strategic, contiguous footpath network. Since 2018, preparation, public comment, design, technical inspections, work tenders, and the city's acknowledgement that this would be underway in early 2025, which is only 4 months away. All this has been done at the expense of the city ratepayers. In my opinion, this is no ordinary action of choice. This is now a city operational matter, and in my opinion, exceeds the duties of us as councillors to change at this late date. It can be done, but it's not nice, even though we have the power so to do. Interrupting operational matters isn't what we're here for. Firstly, to sacrifice the city's footpath policy for Illingbridge Street, Morley, in exchange for a parkway footpath in Sturt Reserve, Noranda, is unjustified and confuses footpath policies with parkway park paths. 2 different areas in policy, both wanted. Secondly, Illingbridge, a necessary access footpath, not just for those living there, but also for the greater community accessing safely to their various destinations. The policy states for the greater community. It is a stated access route. No trees will be destroyed, and there is lighting there and canopy cover. It's perfect. I also understand that an email dated 24th of July 2024, which I haven't seen, was also given by Councillor Eveson in support of the footpath at Illingbridge Morley. So I'm disappointed that this footpath is being used to cancel all the works at hand to allow for an expensive parkway footpath in Noranda. And though the cost looks cleverly presented in this notice of motion, please remember this does not include all the relevant costs of lighting and any other hidden costs which will increase over the next 2 years. And if you look on page 531, you'll see that constructing the Strutt Reserve pathway is 88,950. So, and that's taken over 2 years. So that's a little bit misleading, showing the figures that we have on the screen. I live around the corner from Struttway and would also like a pathway, but this can be budgeted in the city's normal procedures through budget reviews without disrupting city officers' due diligence in their operations plans for Illingbridge. Illingbridge is needed, not wanted, needed. All the operational matters have been concluded and construction is underway. As stated in the city's footpath policy, fit for purpose, strategic, contiguous footpath network. If we support this notice of motion, we are sacrificing Illingbridge Street footpath in Morley. I hope that my councillor colleagues will not support this notice of motion and vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Is that Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions before I decide whether I want to speak for or against. Can I just clarify, on page 530 of the printed agenda, there's 31 for the proposed pathway, and is this the, forgive me, just a really basic question here, for the proposed pathway around Strutt or around Illingbridge?
I'll go
Just
to
to be
the
100% clear there.
Director to respond.
Through the chair, it's Illingbridge.
So that's 31 in favour of Illingbridge and 29 against?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, if it's not built on Illingbridge, what happens in terms of disability access? Noting some of the comments here on page 530.
I'll go to the Director to respond.
Through the chair, if there's no pathway then on the road, then the only access is really on the road pavement.
Thank you. And I note there's references to schools and buses. Is there, forgive me, I should have driven along it this afternoon. Is there a bus route along here?
I'll go to the Director to respond.
Emberton?
Do you mean on Illingbridge?
Or just, I suppose, where do the buses tend to go around here? If we know that.
Through the chair, I'm not aware that there is a bus route on that road.
That's right. And on the page 530, it says Eastern Regional Council was contacted. Is that a reference to MRC? I just don't know what that organisation is. Eastern Regional Council, saying it supported the need to protect trees and wildlife.
I'll go to the Director.
Through the chair, which page?
Oh,
is
sorry,
that
530 of the printed version. And hang on.
Under the summary of request.
156 on the iPad version.
Yeah, through the chair, that is a summary of what was in the actual correspondence that was sent in from those residents. It's not a city statement, it's actually from them. So I'm
Okay.
not entirely sure who they're referring to.
No, that's right. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And thank you to the folks who have come here tonight to have advocated or lobbied or turned up and sat here through all the debate. I hope you found it as interesting as we do. I had a footpath built outside my house a couple of years ago, and I didn't know it was coming. And perhaps if I had, I might have organised my neighbours to complain about it, but I didn't. I got the note saying it was coming, and I just planted a verge garden. And I mean, I think councillors here around here, because I've talked about this before. So my newly planted verge garden, I had to dig up in a mad hurry before the footpath people came in. And I was crying because I was digging up my plants, and a lot of them did die. But it's been great. It made such a difference straight away. We had better accessibility to our house for people coming to visit, people that can stand on my footpath and pick mulberries from the mulberry tree without getting their feet completely rubbishy. It's full now, come over, have a try. There were people walking on that footpath that day, like straight away. People that we hadn't seen, people just walking in the neighbourhood. People walk. I had no idea until the footpath was built outside my house. People just walk. We had more people walking in the street. The street felt more lively. We could say hi to people who lived around the corner that we didn't know. It made a real difference to the community of the neighbourhood. And so if this footpath is built, I think you'll see the benefits. And if it's not, then I feel sorry for your loss. I actually know this area. A couple of years ago, I organised a walking tour around this area looking at verge gardens. There's a handful in your street and in the neighbouring street, some awesome olives, but don't pick them. No, because it says on it, don't pick them because they're for the residents. They're beautiful, big olives, awesome. So I do know what this street is like to walk on, and you have to walk on the street. It does connect the pathways through to McPherson and to Amberson Reserve, so it is a nice area to walk around. I really hope this footpath gets built. In terms of the process, this is like really awkward because it's putting two things together. We've got don't build the footpath, and we've got, and over here at another part, completely unrelated, let's build another footpath we haven't got enough money for, and maybe in the future we'll chuck $43,000 at. Not a bad idea, but probably would be better done, in my opinion, by a different process. We have a process for ranking footpaths, and it's. I heard councillors talk earlier about policies and strategic planning and objectiveness and a process and a ranking and not chopping and changing and respecting the process. And I think that's what you should do. This footpath was ranked in the process that we don't know what it is. And we do because we set the policy and the guidelines. But, it's a policy. It rolls out. We build footpaths every year. We've got a footpath budget. I really don't see why we shouldn't build this one.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone wish to speak for? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to acknowledge all the community members that wrote to us, that put some submissions or letters. I understand that there are some different views by different community members living along that street, and this is typical to many of the projects that we're dealing with. It's not different. It's come to us to make the decision, and so many times are difficult. Different people want different things. I would like to refer to the letter petition against the footpath that was referred in the report. I don't know how many councillors asked to see the petition. I did ask to see a copy. And it does refer to one of the reasons why residents should oppose it is that, and I'm quoting, it would result in the street trees being removed. So I would like to thank literally all the community members who signed on it in that area, and it shows that people in all areas in our city, Morley, Noranda, Maylands, all areas, respect trees and the veg trees, and I do understand why they would be very concerned if all the trees, the veg trees along that street will be removed. However, we received very clear advice, and I asked that a few times, whether there will be impact on the street trees and any of them will be removed, and we received clear advice also last week at the agenda briefing forum that no tree will be removed, and that the city's arborist looked into this and supported the construction of the footpath. So I understand that the letter had some misinformation that could have resulted in some or many of those community members that supported it on the basis of the removal of street trees. So I, in that sense, I cannot actually understand who opposes it and who's not. I also would like to mention that this report and request to stop the construction of the footpath that the city was already on the way to do, it's coming from a council request and not from the officers. So I think it was mentioned also by Councillor Palmer. I think it's important to highlight that the officers did not bring it to us. We did provide a budget allocation specifically for this footpath. We identified there was a need. When I look into budgets, and definitely when I support them, I look carefully at the details, and we supported the allocation for this. And on the basis of that allocation, councillors, and I don't know how many of you had the chance, because usually we don't see that, saw the letter that went to residents. I actually asked to see a copy. And it says very clearly that the city has allocated funds and that the footpath construction is proposed to be undertaken during the 2024-2025. We went with a commitment to those residents that this will happen. We did ask if there are any specific concerns to let us know, but we did tell them it's going to happen. So many community members received this letter, and they should be under assumption that it's happening. And specifically, I would like to talk about some of the feedback that we received in support of the footpath. The elderly couple in their 90s. It actually breaks my heart, I must say, that someone will try to get them to walk on the road when they told us, and I'm taking a quote, there are so many quotes from the letter that we received in deputation, it's on public record. One of the quotes is, in the 90s, councillors, my wife now uses a walker to get around, and due to the absence of a footpath on our street, she doesn't feel safe leaving the boundary of our property to walk to the park or her hairdresser. The lack of suitable infrastructure severely restricts her mobility and has significantly impacted her quality of life. We're talking about an elderly couple in the 90s. I hope councillors will think about their parents and their grandparents, and whether, if your parents or grandparents told you that they're afraid to leave the house, what would you do? I know all of you around the table, you'll go straight away to the council and make sure that there is a footpath for your parents. So I don't know that couple, but I look at them as they are my grandparents or parents. And again, I feel dismay from the thought that someone will try to stop their accessibility. What's the point of having an access and inclusion plan, talking about further improvements, when the basic infrastructure that residents should get, footpaths, is not being provided to people who lived here nearly half a century, councillors, it's in their letter, paid the rates for half a century. I never had any complaint from that couple, never. Once in the 90s, they're coming to us and telling us, we actually need help from our government. Now, in the 90s, we don't know how long they have to live, but we ask for a footpath to go to the park, go to the hairdresser.
You're at 5 minutes again. Councillor Clark?
I can be short, Madam Mayor. I'll try to finalise. There are parents with kids walking. I received an email, I think all councillors, with kids on a scooter on the road. The mum is scared for the kids. Why would anyone try to stop that footpath? It is my view that the right of a resident for a footpath is greater than the right of a person to keep grass on the public verge in front of their property untouched. This is what we're talking about. It is my view in this situation, it's 100%. Those are public verges, and this is why we have them. We have safe access routes to school. Why do we have them if we do not respect the feedback from our community? I'll just finish that even if I were to support this, I still have concerns with the other aspects in this motion, which is limbs 3 and 4, with regards to moving the funding. I find it ad hoc. I spoke about moving ad hoc funding for years. We have a footpath program. If council decides not to go ahead, the right process was the money goes back to the footpath program. We check in the hierarchy, we check the priorities, and then we decide. Moving like that, without even having all the funding, I think that's really ad hoc, and I can't support even that part of the motion.
Thank you. I have some questions for the director. So, can you please clarify how this footpath got onto the capital works list? Like, was it via the ranking, because that was mentioned tonight by a councillor, or was it via community request or councillor request?
This pathway entered the Forward Capital Works program through the business planning process that the council was undertaking. When the original pathway program was presented to the Forward Capital Works program workshops, it wasn't actually included in year one. Through that process, there was some discussion regarding how much funding was to be applied to the pathway program. Through that process, there was an increase in funding allocated for year one in the pathway program, and officers were given the task of finding projects that could be delivered in year one, additional projects to the ones that were already proposed. And what we were looking for was projects that could be delivered relatively quickly, that don't need to have a lot of work in terms of understanding what's required and doing a lot of the legwork in the preparation of a project. So something that could be delivered quickly. Through that process also, what we did look at was a number of projects that have come through various channels. So there's been some requests come through from the community. Some of those have come through CHDs or through councillor requests, and those were basically presented as well as part of that process. So Ealing Bridge was one that came through that process and was presented to the Forward Capital Works program workshop, and that's where it was selected to go.
That came through CHD?
There has been requests since 2018 from residents and also through CHD.
Which is a councillor?
Yes.
Okay. There was another comment that officers had no intention to stop this construction of the footpath. So I just want to clarify, if this notice of motion hadn't come forward, given the disagreement amongst the residents about this footpath, would the officers have brought this back to council to make a decision on?
Those discussions did occur at officer level. We normally do get some objections to pathway projects. This one's had more than what we normally would get, and it is something that was spoken about, potentially bringing this to a council meeting for further discussion.
Okay. So there were also comments about, this will impact verges and grass and verge gardens, but will the footpaths impact driveways?
We normally give priority to the pathway, so the pathway will cut through crossovers. So that's normally what we do. What we do is cut through the crossovers, and then we'll reinstate the crossover so it matches the pathway.
So does that mean the length of someone's driveway is then decreased by having a footpath on their property?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we know, I've driven down this street, and I know some of our policies about new developments generally have like a single driveway, or I've seen some single. We don't know the constitution of the driveways on that street, like majority of double versus single. We don't have that information.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but
okay,
it could be determined just from looking at an aerial photo.
Okay, that's okay. Can the footpath, I know that 1.8 metres wide has been proposed. Can footpaths be less than 1.8 metres? Because I know that we've got some that are at 1.2.
Well, there are guidelines in terms of what width should be provided. So 1.8 is perhaps the narrowest that we'd like to provide in terms of that type of pathway, but there's nothing to say that you can't go narrow if you have to.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for this motion? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, look, this is an example of where, in my opinion, the ward councillors know what's going on. So there's two aspects here. Number one, the road, Illings Bridge, which 29 residents didn't want, and they're the ones that are living on the street, not ones living around the suburb, but on the street. Yes, it feeds into a cul-de-sac and goes onto another street, but a very quiet street. And I don't think, when I look at the road criteria, that it's critical to have one here for anybody. Secondly, I do think 1.8 metres is wide, and it could be narrow. If we have to have it, could be narrowed a lot. It does not need to be that wide on a street like that. The most important thing I want to get through is two things. Number one, we spoke about earlier in the night about not just doing what the officers say, and we've got to look through things. And look, you know, if it has to come to council for us to judge, well, so be it. We talked about that earlier in the night. So this is another example. Councillor Eveson did not just decide this, you know, one day. He actually talked to people in both areas. And let me talk about Strutway. Since 2018 or before, they've also wanted a footpath. And there is a really a big ageing population that live around there. And these people can walk. They like to go out for a walk. They walk a certain part on that reserve because they've got a pathway, but they can't walk on the grass because of the trees, the nuts that fall. It's not, a good path for people to walk, and it's a very aged. It's not just one couple; it's a lot, and that is the reason we wanted to move it, where you've got more people benefiting than that street. I just do not see the point. As I said, it's very quiet. The footpath is not built. It's not ready to be built. They don't have the builders there waiting to go. It's easy to move that. We don't have to spend all that money once. We could do it Strutway over, 2 years. But I think we've got 29 people on that street that don't want it, 31 around that do, but they're not impacted. So I think common sense has to prevail here. And as I said before, we know this area, and this is what the residents want in both areas.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to thank everyone who's come out this evening, and particularly waiting so long. We probably should have brought this item forward earlier so we could have let you go much earlier this evening. But it's, I think, quite a complex one, and made more complex by a number of emails that were provided to councillors in the afternoon, which I think sort of shows how divisive this has become on this particular street, which is a real shame, because I don't think these things should become, people can hold strong views, but I think some of the stuff that's raised in some of these emails is sounds pretty awful. So I hope everyone's feeling okay on whichever side of the fence you're sitting on this issue. And this is where I want council processes and our decision making here to bring people together rather than to divide anyone. I have a problem similar to the Deputy Mayor with limbs 3 and 4 being brought together with this. So if it were perhaps a motion just to not have a pathway, then I could probably be minded to consider that separate to then Strutway. What we would normally see, particularly in recent years, for this sort of thing on Strutway, it would be proposed by potentially by a councillor, but also by local residents into our budget planning processes. It would come to a workshop. We would have multiple meetings in which to go through it, to question the costs, to question where it should go, to look at accessibility, to get a sense of what people want, to put it into that matrix and process that the Deputy Mayor refers to, that I'm not sure many residents are aware that we actually go into that much detail in working out where new and refurbished footpaths actually go. And everything should be fully funded. So we don't, last time I checked, half fund projects like this. So I'll consider any other debate if there's still further speakers. But I just hope that that everyone is okay on the street, and that the neighbours are still maybe think about having a Christmas party at the end of the year to rebuild some bridges. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Councillor Ladder.
Thank you. I also want to thank residents for coming down to the agenda briefing forum, and again tonight making it down and sitting through many hours of council meeting. I appreciate everybody's passion for this issue, and I appreciate that it is disconcerting when things happen on your verge, on land that you have enjoyed as part of your verge. But I do think that on cities' common land, it's really important that we follow our footpath policy. I really strongly support our footpath policy, one footpath on every street, because it makes a livable city. It makes a walkable city. It's in our strategic community plan to improve cities' walking and cycling network and to become more pedestrian friendly. There's clearly, people have been requesting it for 6 years, and I think that that's a long time for people to be requesting it. And I think probably the thing that sealed it for me was reading about the older couple who, because of their mobility issues, are unable to walk from their house to nearby neighbourhoods. I think that possibly we do need to refine our metric that we use for footpaths, but I really hope that if we do, disability access for people on the street pushes things to the top of the list. Because if a resident comes to us and says, I cannot leave my house to walk to the next street because I do not have a footpath and I don't feel safe on the road, that should be a top priority footpath for us to put in place as soon as we can. I strongly believe that. So I won't be supporting this. And I hope that other councillors, I suppose, share that view, because I think it's really important that we provide for access for more vulnerable community members.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Eveson for bringing this motion. What this is a councillor doing the work that a councillor is empowered to do. In the same way that the Deputy Mayor brought this motion earlier, that was a councillor doing the work that a councillor is able to do. Councillor Eveson is responding to feedback from the community that he represents. No doubt he's even-minded, and he's sought to make a change to our budget after it's been adopted. Completely reasonable, and it's a councillor doing the job a councillor should do. I don't support the motion, but I do support what Councillor Eveson has done, because as councillors, we can bring motions outside of a budget process. We are able to do that, and we shouldn't be criticised for it. I personally tried to make an amendment to the budget before the budget was adopted, and I was lambasted for trying to do it here and it not being dealt with in the behind closed doors workshops. So what I want to say is thank you to Councillor Eveson for giving a very strong example of what is appropriate in the role of a councillor. I think he's done a very appropriate thing seeking to represent his community. I personally don't support it, but I encourage councillors to continue to have the strength to bring motions, even if it's outside of a budget process, or even if it diverts directly from a strategic plan, because as a previous CEO told me when I joined this council, these plans are a guide, they are not a straitjacket. And if we as councillors are going to do our job effectively by responding to our community, they must not be a straitjacket, and councillors must not be criticised for trying to represent their community, even if it's outside of a process that is used as a reason to not support the motion. So I'm sorry, Councillor Eveson, I don't support your motion, but I do support exactly what you are doing for your community.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Oh, thank you. Lots of talk about footpaths, and that's good because they are important. Just want to address, I guess, some of the topics that are in debate. So just saying that Ealing Bridge was not cancelled. So I did confirm last week that the project was on hold from the city's point of view, and the residents actually received an email from the city stating that. So that's not correct. Ealing Bridge was on hold, definitely, and seeking guidance. And that's why I stepped in, because it came up in conversation with the director that I talk to regularly about everything. Delivery of a footpath this year as opposed to being unspent and no footpath. So I'm getting probably punished, I feel, a little bit by trying to be efficient, knowing that there was strong community pushback at this location. I didn't want to, after the city had spent considerable time trying to find one, then not deliver any footpath at all, and hence why I asked the director at the time and said, is there another footpath that we can put in this year that we can still deliver a footpath within the financial year and still meet our commitments? And that's where Strut Reserve came up, because I mentioned that and said, is that an opportunity? Where does that sit? And therefore the conversation continued. No city, the email in July, I just want to address that one. So yes, I absolutely support footpaths across the district, absolutely. So when I saw it in the budget, I did support the budget, and I did write to the resident that was quite happy to put it on Facebook, that letter as well. And I still support footpaths all across the district if there's strong support for them, but not if it's very, very clear that the majority of impacted people don't support the footpath. And that's why I've had to change my position on it. And that's, I think, very reasonable. In regards to the lighting on Ealing Bridge, the city's going to need to prune the trees that are there because the lights don't get down to where the footpath's going to go. It's very dark. But that's something that will come out later, I'm sure. And that's going to be a bit of a shame because they're going to need to now prune trees and have more hot surfaces with the footpath in place, which is a bit disappointing. But that's what it is. As I mentioned, it's not under construction, as was mentioned by one of the councillors after me. So, and really, it was a cheap and easy footpath to deliver, which is what the director alluded to before when questioned by the mayor as to where this Ealing Bridge did come from. It was about slapping in quickly and very minimal cost in design because it's a pretty straight run, not much else there. Ranking, interestingly, the policy for footpaths doesn't consider green spaces or the transaction from left to right or across the green space, which is actually a thing in Morley and Naranda. We do have green spaces that stop and footpaths go up to the side, and then that's it. People with wheelchairs are expected to either go round or go off-road. And I've been in a wheelchair, and I know that going off-road is not really an option. So that's why I didn't consider that one. And it's not uncommon that, as the city mentioned before, people saying that there's been pushback. This is not common pushback. There is almost majority, if not apart from very, very small amount, and I'm questionable given some of the emails that we got today that even that support is valid. And I can't share what the contents of those emails, I don't believe, but there was definitely some concerns around the validity of some of the feedback that was provided. And is this the first footpath to ever be stopped? No, it's not. And this footpath's been stopped once before. Probably for some good reasons, and I'd like to think that it's some good reasons again. I'd hate to think that it's just because of Strut Reserve, but I'll wait 3 months and then I'll try and just cancel Ealing Bridge again if that's the case, because that's the process that I can only use from here on in. But thank you for Councillor Bull for mentioning, this was a need that was raised with me. I pursued all options that I felt were very reasonable. I balanced a risk assessment on delivery of footpaths, approved budget or not, and I've considered all these things, and I thought, look, I think this is a pretty good one to try and put to council because I think it's very reasonable, and I was hoping for a very reasonable discussion. I still do really hope for a reasonable decision on this one, but I'm not feeling optimistic given the feedback. So I'll probably just leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland and myself. All those against is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. That is lost. So for the benefit of those in the gallery who waited so patiently this evening, Councillor Eveson's motion has not been approved by Council. So we'll now move, that concludes the items that were subject to deputations. We'll now move to consideration of the reports in section 10 that have been withdrawn by councillors. So the first item is 10.1.2, consideration of Walga advocacy positions, and there are some people leaving the room on this item. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, you pulled this item. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
With a small amendment, very small.
Have you provided?
No, I
the-
haven't, sorry.
Okay, so
So, should I just say what that is now?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll just make sure the minute taker gets the right wording. That's
Sure.
all.
It's just in limb 6 I'd like to propose that we support options B, please. Do you want me to explain that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just the reason for the change.
Yeah, sure. So the reason for the change is to support that council chooses the mayor from amongst themselves.
Okay. We'll just, sorry? Yep. Do I have a seconder for what's on the table now? Councillor Ladder? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Councillor Latta. Look, I'm sure this won't be a popular option, but for consistency, I have consistently been of the view that we shouldn't have direct election for mayor on the 2 or 3 times it's been brought to us as a motion and as an advocacy position, unless we have compulsory voting. And so, in line with that view, that's why I'm proposing this amendment.
Councillor Ladder?
Yeah, I'm happy to support it. I also didn't support going to a popularly elected mayor because I think that it increases the threshold and difficulty of people and the means that people require in order to be elected into that position, and it changes the dynamic between council and mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against this? Anyone wish to speak for Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this. I like Councillor Johnson. I also, I think, voted against several times when it came in the past and eventually supported it. But I agree with the comments, and I think most community members do support popular voting for the mayor because they do not understand, and it looks very nice from the outside. But what most community members do not understand, and we do, is that council knows best who should lead them, because most of the work of our work, as we all know, happens behind closed doors, and the mayor specifically is not visible, and only councillors know who should chair the meetings, who runs it, who respects councillors' views, who, and I'm talking about generally, of course, who unites council, who sits with councillors to improve practices, policies. And once it's politicized, and like in other state elections, it's out of the hand of elected members, and whoever is parachuted on council, we don't know if that's the best outcome for the council. Sometimes it does, sometimes it may not. So I think I concur that I think from my experience, 7 years on council, only councillors know who best should lead them, exactly as state parties decide for who is going to be their leader. We are not different to what they do, but this is what the Department of Local Government and the government decided to do and force everyone. So I'm actually happy Walga is looking into all those issues again in detail and considering options.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? I just have a question first. I just want to clarify one of the recommendations. It's about 3, voting method, that council supports advocacy position A. I don't know who I'm looking at. Governance? Yeah. So I just want to be clear. The recommendation is that council supports option A. So is option A first past the post? That's what we're saying?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the option is, yes, it supports first past the post as a preferred voting method for general elections, but if optional preferential voting remains as a primary method, you remove the proportional part, which is a voting method that occurred some elections ago where there was a percentage applied to preferences which caused a whole range. So it's not the current optional preferential voting method, it was the proportional voting method that applies a percentage to distributed votes. If that makes sense.
Thank you. Okay, anyone wish to speak on this item? I'll just make some comments on what I've heard already from councillors. So as a mayor that's been elected twice under both systems, under the council electing the mayor as well as the public electing the mayor, I totally understand the arguments that Councillor Johnson and the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Latta have raised about it. And I have to say I've kind of swayed over the years on this, but I think there's pros and cons to both of them. In this instance, I'm happy to support what's on the table. Anyone else wish to speak to this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. I think you added a lot more detail than I did. I just want to just remind councillors that in no other level of government is this a thing that the community directly elects the leader. So I think it's consistent with that and consistent with our previously held position as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Easton, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Latta, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ostaszewski. That is carried. Can we please get the other councillors in? So for the benefit of the councillors who weren't in the room, Councillor Johnson made a slight amendment to position 6 and that was supported by the majority of councillors. Okay, so we now have the next item is 10.1.4, excision of reserve 15178 Hillcrest Primary School. Proposed bike path. No one's pulled this, but there's an impartial interest, so we need to vote on it. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved.
Happy to move it.
Councillor Johnson, seconded. Councillor Palmer. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a nice mechanic as part of the construction of the Drake Street bike path. It is nice that everyone's agreeable on it. It's a great opportunity, I think. I haven't raised this as an amendment, but it's a great opportunity for us to provide better accessibility to the school as well. And perhaps improve that horrible slope that has been incredibly difficult to grow anything onto.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I agree with everything there, and it's a very, very good recommendation, and it'll be nice and healthy cycling uphill. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against this? Anyone wish to speak for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, the next item is 10.2.1 financial report for the period ended 30 September. Again, no one's pulled this. There were just impartial interest. Do I have a mover? Councillor Johnson, seconded. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Just happy to move this, as is, and note that we have some additional funds from Metronet for the damage they did to Halliday Park.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone wish to speak against this? Anyone wish to speak for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Okay, I'm going to move a motion to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. I'm going to put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Easton, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? It's Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Bull. We will adjourn for 5 minutes. Okay, so restarting the meeting at 10:34. Councillors, I'm going to move a motion that we adjourn the meeting until next Monday, the 28th of October at 7 p.m. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. I'm putting that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Latta, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bull. That is carried and the meeting is adjourned at 10:35 p.m. Thank you.